Hello once again and welcome to the third day of CFS Regional Qualifiers. My name is Julio, going to be your host for tonight, and I have with me once again Penguin. How are you, Penguin?
How are you, Julio?
I'm good, I'm good. Yesterday we had two teams qualifying.
Yes.
PingPongPals and Entropy Gaming.
Yeah,
Today we're
secured.
gonna know at least one more team in the first game.
Yeah, definitely, because first game we have REH Gaming versus TBI, which the winner would directly goes to the CFS regional finals because each team have one win. So now it's the battle who is gonna be picking the third spot. So now the rest gonna be fighting only for one spot.
Yeah, and to refresh the memory of the viewers, yesterday Group 8, it's finished in a way. I mean, we have some some few games that is gonna decide who's first seed, who's second seed. But this is Group A, finalized yesterday. PingPongPals and Entropy Gaming, 2 wins, 0 losses. They qualified from Group A. LegendsOP CANKER, 0 wins. They are out of the qualifiers, but they have one more game against each other to get at least one more win in their bag. And PingPongPals and Entropy Gaming, it's going to be the last game of tonight. It's going to be deciding who's first seed, who's second seed, and it's going to be let's say a pre-match before the regional qualifiers.
It's a pre-match before the regional finals because both of them already secured, and they're gonna be fighting versus stronger, way stronger teams. They're gonna be going against Anubis, Inner Circle, Rocky Sports. All these teams are waiting. GG Gaming and Gladiators. Those 4 teams are waiting for another 4 teams, which already PingPongPals and Entropy gonna be joining. So I guess it's gonna be a tough opponent to face. And now we can watch Group B, which is going to be played today. 2 games from Group B is going to be played today, and also tomorrow 2 games from Group B. TBI versus REH Gaming, both of them sharing the same match wins. It's 1-1, and both of them are going to be matching, facing each other now. 9-1 and 999. They both also lost, and they're going to be playing together. To be honest, it's very fair games today for both of the Group B standings, because you're talking about 2 teams that they have lost. They're going to be facing each other, as you can see in the second game, and 2 teams that have won already. You're gonna be facing each other in the first game.
That means in day 4, we're gonna have one more very important match, because 911, 999, at least one of them will be 1-1. And REH Gaming TPI, one of them will be 1-1 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So we will know who's qualifying from Group B, the second team from Group B. We will know for sure in day 4 who's qualifying. And like we said, the last game of tonight is Entropy Gaming versus PingPongPals, which is it's a very interesting matchup. And yesterday we even heard from Pew in the interview that they are taking it 100% seriously. They wanna go try hard, and wanna see how close the level is compared to the teams that they're gonna face in the regional finals.
Yeah, because this is as you said, this is a kind of a matchup that you can expect how you're going to be playing versus the other teams, because you're talking about PingPongPals, they're top 4 West League teams. So if you're going very confident, that means that versus also Gaming Gladiators, versus Rocky Sports, Anubis, or Inner Circle, you can have some kind of a fight between them. So it's very good opponent for them. And for the first matchup, of course, is TBI and REH Gaming. And I guess, in my opinion, this can be the closest game in the entire regional qualifiers, because yes, the rest we've seen. Yesterday it was 2-1 when Entropy Gaming faced CANKER, but still there was a stomp into first game. Stomp in the last game.
They made a comeback in the second game.
And the comeback in the second game. CANKER stomped them in the first map, and then they stomped them on the last map, Entropy Gaming. But now, in REH Gaming versus TBI, which is our first match, I don't think we're going to be seeing stomps. Yes, some team might win, one team might win 2-0, but I don't think it's going to be stomped, because both of the teams are kind of very close in the individual skills. We've seen a very good individual skills from Muffin yesterday, honestly, and also from Hunt last time. He was the MVP and Muffin was the MVP, so it's the battle of MVP versus each other, and Hunt is the IGL, Royal is the IGL, so it's gonna kind of, I feel it's kind of fair between both teams.
Yeah, and speaking of Royal, in yesterday's interview, he said I don't want people to think about REH Gaming as the underdogs. We're not underdogs. We're here we are the second best team probably after PingPongPals, and we're gonna win. And he even said it's gonna be 2-0 against TPI.
That's good, to be honest, because he had a lot of confidence in his teammates. But the thing is, I don't know why he hates being the underdog, because you go to the underdog, when you go in the underdog situation, you have 0 pressure. There's no pressure on you. It's not you who have the pressure. It's TBI who have the pressure right now. So if REH Gaming is the underdog now, talking about yes, they are Open League, and they're second seed Open League, but you're talking about also the 7th place in the West League, which has been there for 2-3 seasons in a row. So yes, maybe REH Gaming was underdogs, but this is something good for them because this will help them to play better without any they have confidence, without any hesitation in taking decisions, just move freely. These guys are underdogs, and they prove that they can do it. From yesterday games, they played very good versus 999, and yes, they can. When we have Muffin 1.9 KD, one of the best players in REH Gaming right now, he shined yesterday, and the rest, even though they are not having that best KD, but at least they are trying to cope with the team and playing as a unit. We've seen also yesterday when Entropy Gaming won a game with all of the players are negative KDs, which is CANKER, but they still won. That's the teamwork.
Yeah.
And here is TBI Esports. Yeah, Hunt is on another level. In,
yeah. 100%.
Yeah, 2.0 KD, and he's the IGL captain, sniper, rifle, lurker, entry, second backup. He's just filling everything.
Yeah.
Because this guy plays every game in a single firing mode. He's just, hey, you guys need a rifle here? Okay, I'll rifle. You need an entry? I'll entry.
Yeah.
And the rest, of course, Booker, one of the biggest experiences in the league, by the way. This guy had 3 consecutive leagues, 2021, 2 leagues, 2022, 1 league. So he's one of the best players as well in the region. As well, FaZe, one of the best players in the West League. Yes, of course, the key players, as we mentioned.
The battle of snipers.
Hunt and Muffin.
Yeah, Hunt and Muffin, like 2.05 KD, 1.91 KD from Muffin. Both got the MVPs in their like respective games, and like it's a very interesting matchup. Like I want to watch it inside the game because like it felt like yesterday 999 couldn't stop Muffin
adapt
like,
versus Muffin at all. Yeah.
Maybe
KGK tried to do it late on the games when he started try to fight him, because the sniper, as I said, you need to fight him. You should not be afraid. Fight him as a group. Try to take trades versus him. And that's what KGK tried to do. Maybe it was a bit late, but at least he tried. But then we didn't see that much response coming from 999. Now we should see how TBI is going to be adapting versus this guy. He's huge.
Yeah, and like I want to talk about the maps because like both these teams, I mean we know TBI loves Eagle Eye, and they did very good in their game.
Also REH Gaming does that.
Also REH Gaming likes Eagle Eye. So is Eagle Eye going to be like picked by both teams, like shaking hands? Okay, we're gonna play Eagle Eyes. We both love it, or like one team is gonna get rid of it?
Maybe we see it. Maybe you see Eagle Eye. I know that for a fact that TBI Esports also they play, I guess, the 7 maps. By the way, maybe not New Compound that much, but they play New Mexico, and REH Gaming plays New Mexico as well. So I believe that we might see New Mexico. We might see Eagle Eye, and then one of the most casual maps, Ankara, Port, Black Widow. Because I don't think we're gonna be going full basic maps. No, we're gonna be seeing surprises in this matchup. I believe. I don't.
Let's hope. Let's take a look at the map Vito to see if we have any new surprises. I mean, we saw New Compound yesterday, and we saw like how efficient CANKER was. Okay, it's banned. TBI banning New Compound. They don't want any surprises. They just want the basic maps. I think from like the thought process of TBI, we're gonna pick the basic maps and we're gonna play as a better team, as a better unit. And Eagle Eye is present as well for REH Gaming. I mean, for TBI, I think it's a good map.
Yeah,
Vito, because
we're gonna
like,
see New Mexico.
Yeah, it's gonna be New Mexico as the decider. Okay, sub-base, Eagle Eye. REH Gaming played the same maps yesterday against 999.
Yeah, and this is a good matchup for REH Gaming. Honestly, they have a good what do you call it? Not maps only, but also the global side, because the sides as well. The global side is starting from TBI, so I guess TBI is kinda having a tough matchups, but still they play sub-base and they play Eagle Eye, and we know for a fact that both teams knows how to play both games. So the sides for TBI is not the best, because they're starting global risk on sub-base, which is not that good, because I'm talking about a very blackly sided map.
Okay, map 1 is ready, so let's go to the casters to see.
Indeed. Well, looking forward to map number 1. TBI and REH Gaming, obviously, to kick off day number 3 of the qualifier. And we're already... wow, I'm not sure about that. We'll see. Either way, we're very much into this round. There's no question about that, as Arvin and Noxon kind of clutch this one out now, solo as TBI. REH actually impressed me a little bit yesterday, lads. I'm not sure if you got to watch them, but they were able to put themselves up a 2-0 win against 999, so see if they can put together another nice win today against TBI.
Yeah, it's good to see a team like REH Gaming back, right? I mean, I know when I first joined CrossFire, it was one of the teams that was having a lot of different members than what we have here today, but it's good to see them back into this and trying to compete here for the EUMENA, for the regional qualifiers. But we'll see. I mean, this is a very different roster. There's also a player named Laz, so also he's pretty sweet, obviously, named like me. But either way,
Oh dear.
TBI, they're just doing one a little bit better now, Jordan. And I mean, now it's all just down to a 1v2, and it's Rolly by himself. And I mean, he's got some time, but he's got no bomb.
Yeah, he's lost the C4. I mean, it kind of spits in the face of everything that I wanted to say about REH Gaming after yesterday. I thought that they really looked quite good yesterday. They made the right choices. They played a solid style. They were very smart about the way that they worked through a lot of the rounds. And then the first round we get to watch them today, they're in a 4-on-2 and they're just taking individual peaks and trying to fight solo. And obviously, as you can see, that's not worked out for them. They may still get through this round. We'll see what Rolly can do, but it should have been an easy one. It should have been an easy 2-0 lead for them, and now Rolly is going to have to put in some serious work to try to make amends for the transgression of his teammates. That's not going to happen. And so TBI pull one back. Very, very nice clutch there from Noxon and Arvin in the 2-on-4.
Yeah, and the one thing that's really interesting is that, like we talked about, both these teams, right? Like, seeing REH Gaming back, and then TBI is a team that, yeah, they didn't do great in the CFS or the CFWL season, but I think that gives them a little bit of a leg up just because they played some good competition. So we'll see if that's panning out for these guys, but you can see the position's decent, the chemistry's a little bit there. So now we're starting to see them really start to activate a lot better right now. They're just essentially just annihilating everything in the path and leaving it all down to Muffin. I mean, this is looking not great of a situation here for Ray, and there we go. It's going to be a done and dusted round. TBI find themselves pretty quick of an easy feat here, so not bad at all.
Yeah. Ray down to 4 players here, so it looks like we're going to have a timeout to start things off. One thing that we should mention is Arvin is in today in place of King, so a bit of a substitution happening for TBI as well. Yeah, not really too much to go off of so far. I kind of want to obviously see a little bit more of what we get here on sub base, and that will inform a lot of what I'll have to say about REH Gaming. I mean, they were able to beat 999 on this map yesterday. I actually think 999, while they were not a team that had a lot of success in CFWL, again, sort of in that same capacity as the likes of TBI, probably should be expected to do quite well in this particular qualifier, just because they are playing against a lot of those open league teams. But Ray was able to take that map against 999, see how they go against TBI here. TBI, I think, slightly stronger than 999, and that already maybe is starting to be indicated with how this game is playing out. A very, very early tack timeout going to be forced out by REH Gaming. They're not feeling like they are quite as comfortable or confident about how things have been going so far in comparison to the game yesterday against 999. So we'll just see if maybe that, I guess, a little bit of an extra firepower even that TBI kind of brings to the table with players like Hunt is going to be a problem for Ray. So far it has been. So yeah, it's got them unsettled a little bit. That's a very early tack timeout from them.
Yeah, and I know we and I have definitely talked a lot about that before, right? Where like some teams they call it pretty quickly, and you kind of you beg the question a lot about okay, like is there something really obvious that they think they know that they want to call right away? It seems like that is the case in this. I do agree it's probably a little bit early for my liking personally, but look, I mean maybe they just wanted to get something cleaned up quickly because that last round really was abysmal. There was nothing there. They didn't really show anything at all. And that's the thing about this matchup that you pretty much alluded to is the fact that TBI really are the favorites in this one, in my opinion, just because, again, the fact they're able to play in CFWL, all the players have been able to play different iterations of rosters, very, very experienced. Not to say these guys aren't either, but that does give a huge leg up here for TBI. So for REH Gaming, I'm very curious what they're going to do. I kind of hope they take off a little bit of that respect factor. I hope they play a little bit more loose in this match, just because that might catch a team like TBI off guard, right? I mean, we saw that before in the season. They struggled a little bit when teams started getting a bit aggro, started getting in their face a little bit. And when there's a lot of respect, that that's when things could really fall apart for a team like Ray. But we'll find out. FaZe is using the sniper. It's good to see. I remember a lot in the season before he was kind of rifling and hybriding, but now he's back to his old ways.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I think he's always been a pretty talented sniper, and that's obviously worked out quite nicely. In particular, in this matchup against Ray, it is going to be important to have a strong sniper on the side of TBI because both Bone and Muffin were having quite a bit of success yesterday with the TRG. They were pretty much running a double sniper setup across those two maps that they did play against 999, you would traditionally look at Subbase and say you're probably not going to run the double sniper there, but they did, and it worked. And then they did the same thing on Eagle Eye, and it worked there again as well. But they've kind of been dismantled a little bit, at least in this round, by FaZe. So that will be a real spanner in the works for Ray, assuming it's not going to work out going forward. Ollie's going to have a crack himself. But you do have 4 players that are kind of like ready to defend this B-bomb site. 2 already, or 2 or even 3 really immediately ready. And then there's going to be a fast rotate to come through from someone like Hunt as well. They've got that full second mid control TBI. So Ray are not in a particularly great spot here. They're kind of just hoping that Rolly's going to be able to give them a pick. And they do get that onto Arvin, who just kind of goes floating back across into jail for no particular reason. So now back into a 4-on-3. This does start to get a little bit more winnable for Ray, though they will be happy to wait that time down.
And this is one of the things I do not like about what we saw from TBI before, is the fact that they do get a little bit overzealous. They start to kind of poke and prod a lot. They just start to get a little bit too antsy, right? And that's where, you know, like you said, even goes down pretty early. Yes, they still have a man advantage, that's fine, but this is where they have to make sure they can kind of keep that composure as much as possible. FaZe giving himself up now. This is making it tough for Noxon, but at least he's going to be able to find that one kill. Leaving it just down to Berserk. He's going to have to find some kind of big kills. He has to find the double, plus he has to get this bomb back in his possession, and he only has 16 seconds to do it. But Hunt is going to be able to save the day once again. So TBI, they get themselves around, but man, oh man, that was a little bit more messy than I would have liked it here, Elfish.
Yeah, definitely a little too close for comfort there. That should have been a lot cleaner for TBI. If Hunt doesn't actually win that duel, that 1v1 from jail, then that actually becomes a really, really scary round. But luckily, he is able to pick it up, so it in the end is still pretty comfortable for TBI, all things considered, but you're just kind of seeing those little gaps maybe that could be exploited by a better team. Now the question is going to be, is Ray going to be a better team? So far today, it's not really proving to be the case. It's a very different kind of vibe that we're getting from this matchup in comparison to the game they played yesterday, where they were very much front-running against 999. They were able to hold on and close out both of those maps. If they're coming from behind and they're really struggling to get on the board early, I wonder if they'll have that same success. Booker, nice 2-player spray down, gets rid of the opening couple of entries and out there to trade things down. Gets an easy round on the board for TBI. So Ray have used their tack timeout. They've used all that time to have a chat, and you know, it hasn't really seemed like it's had much of an impact. TBI just proving to be a better team today at the moment.
Yeah, there really is, and it just seems like, you know, for Ray, like this BL side really isn't demonstrating a lot of, you know, strategy, and there isn't really much in the playbook. It just feels like, okay, let's wait things out a little bit. Let's just maybe push this all at one time. There's not a lot of coordination. So that's what we were kind of saying, right, is that in this matchup, you know, there is a really big favoritism here for TBI for a lot of reasons. Ray now have to kind of figure out what they want to do a little bit differently. Getting a few rounds on the BL side will make it a lot better to go into the GR, but TBI's GR side is really just looking phenomenal. Like, they are just locking it down. Even when one player goes down, they have one of their teammates there to get the instant trade for the most part. So the system is really, really well in place. And that's what we were kind of saying for TBI, is that despite their record in CFWL, where they didn't do the greatest, I mean, they still have a ton of experience where they got to play some of the best teams in the region, and they, you know, can learn from these mistakes. Whereas right now, Ray, I mean, it's kind of here or now, right? I mean, we talk about the qualifiers and what's at stake for this, but this is where they really need to figure out something differently, because they're sitting at that 1-0 spot. If they take a loss here, that's going to put them in a 1-1. So it just makes things obviously way more complicated as we get through the final pieces here for the qualifiers.
Yeah, we got a tech pause here because Muffin seems to have disconnected.
The Muffin man.
Yeah, a couple of issues on his side today, potentially. He was actually one of the standouts yesterday for Ray. I thought Muffin and Bone were probably the two that I really looked to be kind of the driving force behind the wins that they were able to have. So if he's having some disconnection issues, some lag, whatever, not really going to put them in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, and I think, and you know, even just talking about the riflers too, right? Like, you know, we talk about this map is obviously like OM centric, right? The OM or the TRG or whatever has to be like, you know, a big player. But on the BL side, in my opinion, if you can have a strong 1 or 2 riflers to be that entry point, that's going to be the biggest key of success on the BL for me. But we're not seeing that, right? We're like, every time they take a site, it just again feels very uncoordinated. It doesn't really feel like they have the right idea. They're not really all on the same path here. Like they're all kind of on a different little bit of a stepping pace on this. So that's where I think for this little bit of a tech timeout, I mean, they're not going to be able to talk a whole lot, obviously, but I'm hoping this can be a little bit of that individual mental reset for these guys, because they're going to need it. Because right now the scoreline is getting bigger and bigger. TBI really don't have to break a sweat right now. It feels like they're just playing their system and their protocols, and it's working very easily.
See how long this one takes to figure out. But, you know, good bit of practice, I suppose, for the TBI lads. You know, if going forward they're going to be playing against some obviously stronger competition when they make it deeper into this CFS qualifier. So the fact that they're kind of getting the better of REH at the moment and looking like they're doing it pretty comfortably is a pretty good sign. Tomorrow, a game against 999. I don't think 999 have really been displaying their best performances so far in this qualifier either. We'll get to see them a little bit later on today against 911. So maybe that conversation will start to change. And that match tomorrow will be potentially quite important. But, you know, a win here for either of these two teams, REH or TBI, will get them a 2-0 lead in Group B, which is going to be enough to qualify through to the next stage of the EUMENA Qualifier. Pretty big game actually for both TBI and for REH, but you'd say the expectations are a little bit higher for TBI, and they should be the team that will be taking that sort of first seed out of Group B.
Yeah, exactly. There is like the expectation that they should be doing that, and I think that's the expectation they have for themselves. Like we know that, you know, the desk talked a lot about you know, a player like Hunt, where he's kind of, if I heard Penguin right, he made it sound like that Hunt is essentially IGLing now. Probably makes sense in the sense that King isn't here right now, but he is really just playing all the roles. Like you see him that he likes to be the strong rifler, he likes to be this big sniper player, and man, if he's calling the shots too, that's a lot of work that he's putting on his shoulders. But I mean, he's been trying to grind it out. He's been trying to prove that he's a top upcoming player, a prospect in the scene. So. And definitely, I've kept my eye out for him a lot in the past 2 seasons just to see what he's been able to do. Yeah, the record, again, doesn't really demonstrate it, but individually, he's been able to show us some really good moments here. So, like you said, it's going to be a little bit interesting how much of a, you know, can TBI get a dominant win, or does REH finally get themselves a bounce back in this? That's the biggest thing for me, is when you're down by, I think it's 3-1 or 4-1 right now. Memory's a little short right now, you know, Jordan, I'm a little old, but I mean, yep. That's where teams have to figure out the grind, and you got to figure out how to get out of that hole. And for REH Gaming, I haven't been able to see them enough lately to know, can they do that?
Well, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't blame you necessarily to have not had any information on REH at all.
It's a throwback, that's for sure. Totally different team than what I remember.
Yeah, not a team that we really get to see a whole lot. At this stage, guys, we don't have any updates for you. Don't have any information as to where Muffin might be. So, just going to have to kind of wait it out. It is obviously frustrating to be on this kind of position as a TBI and be off to a really great start and then have this kind of break in the momentum once again. Slows things down a little bit, and
yeah, absolutely.
TBI, they'll be less than pleased.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you bring that up, because that is a big factor in this too, is that a moment like this, like, yes, as frustrating as a tech pause can be, it's definitely a good moment for REH, because like I said way back, it's like, look, these guys need that individual mental reset. They got to figure out what they need to do differently. Whereas a team like TBI, like, it was just full steam ahead. These guys were just cruising through it. They put it in cruise control. They weren't sweating. Like, this was an easy trip for them. And now with this bit of a break and what's happening, and we don't know the update of this yet, that is really frustrating, especially when a team is dominating and you know, really just winning the game. That, like, it does start to tilt some players. So hopefully that's not the case here for TBI. But you know, at the end of the day, like, it is an annoying factor, unfortunately, but it is just the reality of it sometimes. So hopefully the tech issue can be resolved momentarily. We'll get right back into some good Crossfire action. But I am genuinely curious about this veto, though. I don't know what your thoughts were, because we have the first map, which was picked by TBI as sub base. Moving over to Eagle Eye as the second, which is from Ray. And if we do get to a third map, it is on actually New Mexico. So kind of a little bit of a fun map pool, or, you know, veto that I think came out of this. I don't know. Do you have any personal perspectives? Like, I feel like TBI getting this pick was a really big win for sure.
I mean, I think for Ray, they probably aren't too disappointed by this map pool. Obviously, we saw them yesterday picking into the Eagle Eye as well. In 99, they looked okay on that. They looked pretty decent on sub base as well in that particular win. So I think as far as the two picks are concerned, for Ray, they're actually reasonably happy. They've got more or less what they would have wanted to. The New Mexico third map decider is a bit of an interesting one, more so because I know TBI did actually play that a little bit in CFWL. They were taken to that, I think, by Rock in one of the earlier weeks, and I'm pretty sure from memory they were able to beat them on that map. I'll have a quick look back, I guess, because we've got a bit of time here. But yeah, I'm pretty sure at one point they did get taken to New Mexico by Rock, and they were able to win. Not in that series. Versus Rock.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
There's a lot of matches that they have to play. No, it was Rock. Oh no, so Rock won 13-10, but it was a pretty close score. It was kind of like, I guess, the takeaway for me, where I've seen TBI a little bit, you know, on New Mexico. They've had some degree of success. So while it might not be super high up in the map, I think it's still going to be a map that they're going to at least have some degree of familiarity on.
Yeah, exactly. And that just kind of goes back to the basic point that we said, is that, you know, for a team like TBI, like, really this is their game to win, because, or they should anyways, is the fact that, like, they do get to play teams like Rock. They do get to scrim against some of those, like, top CFWL teams, and that makes a huge difference. Not to say that Ray doesn't, but, you know, when you get to play the officials and get to practice and you know those guys quite well, it definitely makes a huge difference for them. So it gives them a nice leg up. But seems like we're just waiting. There might be a potential substitution that may occur here for Ray, so we're going to wait and see what the issue is and who's coming in. But that also, you know, that just creates a lot more of a havoc here too. Elfish is just like, when you're talking about your five that can't even play, and then you have to sub, and things are already in a deficit. Yeah, it's just not a good position to be in at all.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is a little bit disappointing, obviously, for Ray, who started so well yesterday, and now having some issues. There's the substitution graphic. That's new. So Muffin out, Fleeks in.
Not bad.
Can't really say I know a whole lot about Fleeks, so haven't really got anything too well informed to say.
Yeah, me neither. We'll find out. Not a fun position for him to go into, though. Like I said, being in a deficit, and you gotta kind of jump in when the game is already hot, and it's not a fun thing to do as a player. That's for sure. So we'll see how well he can handle that kind of extra little bit of pressure against himself. But a little bit unfortunate for Ray, though. I mean, you know, again, like, it's just nothing is more tilting than, you know, you have your game, you're already in the deficit, you're trying to figure things out, and then players are having, you know, connection issues or whatever the case may be, whatever. But now you got to bring a sub in. Not to say, like, you know, you can't do it. It's just, it just adds a lot more complexity to this situation that doesn't you don't really want. But we'll see. I'm going to be very, very curious, considering that, you know, I think Muffin is a pretty decent player on this team, so from what I remember seeing. But we'll find out. Hopefully get back into this very, very shortly.
Alrighty. Back on into the swing of things here. Scoreline 4-1. TBI obviously off to a cracker of a start. Now, there was a bit of a disconnection issue there for Muffin. We said that he was going to be subbed out. That actually ended up being a lie. He is back. So I suppose that's good for Ray, although he hasn't actually been having a huge amount of impact, even regardless. We'll see if that's going to change up here. Maybe, hopefully, those issues are fixed on his side. TBI going to take a little bit more of a reserved approach to this round, just to kind of like ease their way back in.
Yeah, I don't hate this. I mean, again, you get a double sniper on this too. You got Muffin and Bone, kind of a double sticking on this one. So Maven actually goes for a massive swing. He might be able to find this double, and indeed he does. That's actually the player that dropped in late to the party too. So, my goodness, he finds the triple kill. TBI have just annihilated everything once again in their path. Noxon should be able to get the job done. Rolly has no chance at all, and that's going to be a 5-1. Ray try to take it a bit slow and steady, but no, they're not going to be able to win that race at all.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit too dominant from TBI. You know, even after that pause, straight back on into things. TBI, they don't really miss a beat at all. Doesn't seem like the break there has caused them any issues at all. So maybe it is just a discrepancy in the talent of the two teams. Hunt, aggressive in middle. This time will be overwhelmed by a couple of Ray members heading in his direction, but FaZe finds the perfect timing for the drop, and he's got a helping hand in Noxon to finish off Laz. Noxon doubling down as well as he tries to hold on to lockers. Muffin looking for those trades is not going to have really any success at all, so 6-1, TBI are making mincemeat of Ray at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. Like that, and this is going right back to the basics, right? Like, it just feels like TBI, they're just, all the protocols, all their setups are perfect, because no matter what happens, even if someone goes down, there's a player there that knows exactly what they have to do to react to that situation. And that's where a team really can demonstrate how well they can play on a map like this. Even the fact that Hunt is just full on pushing like this, now this is where the ego is starting to, you know, get a little bit more high on the scale. He's finding himself that double kill. He's just running through it. He doesn't even care anymore. That discipline is pretty much going to be depleted. And they're just going to run and gun this thing, because Ray are down to 3 players. They're essentially getting sandwiched right now. They're going to have to win all these gunfights. And that's going to be a very difficult task, as Hunt does find one more before he goes down. But Berserk, 9 HP in a dream. I don't know. He's been able to find 2, but this should surely not go his way. But he's got himself some time to work with.
Well, being so low on HP for both Laz and Berserk is going to make it a really tough ask. A couple of shots in there from Berserk will indicate to Arvin and Noxon that he's exiting A. That was spotted. They're going to go and have a bit of a look now. I'm interested to see if they decide to go through mid or back to A here. And it is going to be the choice to go toward mid. So they're doing a pretty good job of clearing out the map at the moment. Bomb plant's going to go down. They'll be able to pretty swiftly move back over toward that B site. Not such a fan of the fact that they have split up. You see a nice headshot or two through from Laz and Berserk. There might well still be a world, but that very quickly coming to a close as Noxon just proves to be one better, and 7-1's going to be the score here. The first map is disappearing very quickly for Ray. This is a far cry from what we saw from them yesterday, where they looked much, much more impressive.
Yeah, and that's what, you know, I think the desk was bringing up a good point, is that these games are going to be a lot closer, they're going to be a lot more competitive, or they could be theoretically, but it's going to be also a tougher, you know, sort of situation for teams like Ray, where, like, they're not going to be able to play some of these teams that they can just kind of bulldoze. Now they're going to be playing teams that, again, have a lot of good experience, all the individually and also as a team together. But not a bad trade-off that comes through. Can Booker be able to find one more? He can't, so now this is actually a decent position here for Ray. They actually pan out okay. Bringing it back to the 3-3. They got lots of time, just under that 2-minute mark to work with. They still got the bomb in their possession. Double players in B from TBI. They have a decent inkling of an idea on this, but this is where TBI, they can either make a decision that they can commit to, like, look for a fight, try to give themselves that one-man advantage. It is risky. FaZe does get a little bit peaky, does get taken out, so now things get a little bit awkward. Now things make it more hard here, and Avon, he's just going to try to send this by himself. He's going to just do the one-man army, and we might be able to see Ray finally getting themselves around here.
Well, 2 in the first half on the BL side is really not going to be anything to get too excited about. By the way, Hunt is the kind of guy that could actually win this round. That's a nice clean kill onto Bone. He's, I would say, mechanically probably the most impressive player on TBI. I think sometimes he over-indexes on the mechanics a little bit and maybe could make some better decisions. But, you know, you give him these kinds of opportunities, he's going to win some of them. This time, obviously not. But a 7-2 half from TBI, I think you're very happy with, and it's not really much of a concern. They're moving on to the BL side here, so should be able to clean that one up pretty quick smart. It is a BL-sided map, so don't really have too many bad things to say about TBI at the moment.
No, it looks really good, and the fact, like you said, the GR side puts a 7-2 scoreline, not bad at all. I was kind of wondering a little bit just for, the sense that they had to do a substitution, like with Avon, replacing for King in this game, or today, was a little bit of a question mark to me, just because King has been somebody that's been long standing in the scene for a long, long time. But look, it feels like it's been pretty much smooth as butter over here. Like, Hunt, if he is the one, kind of calling the shots and IGLing, doing a great job so far. This is where it's going to be the big test, though. Getting onto that BL side, when you have to play that offense, you have to be aggressive. This is where things are going to get interesting. Like, is King being absent going to be a problem for these guys, or really can it just be a pretty simple day of the office? I mean, I think we're starting to see the firepower from these guys is way too superior, in terms of what Ray's bringing right now, but we'll see. We'll see if they have, anything in the strat book, or if it's just really going to be about relying on the old firepower.
Well, I don't think it's been too much of an issue so far for TBI. So they're going to try and go quickly into lockers. There's going to be a flash tossed right in the face of Berserk. He can't see anything. He has to push his way back. A 1-for-1 now starting to turn into a few trades back and forth. Booker needs this kill, and he gets it to bring it back to a 2-on-2. They can actually get a quick plant as well. I've been able to get that down. And so Ray, still in transition, gonna eat a bit of time off of that clock just by the fact that they still have to rotate in.
This is awkward positioning for them too, right? Because now Avon's just gonna play behind Missile, and now Bone's been exposed, but man, the running gun works. Now Rolly, yeah, he's going to be able to find that kill, so not bad at all from Ray. They actually get the retake done. I was a little bit skeptical just considering they were kind of playing the one in the front door, one in the back door, but it actually worked out nicely. I mean, Bone was able to get that kill, which was very, very important. If he would have went down, I mean, I think that would have just essentially squashed their whole round, but not bad. TBI get a good start, but they don't really close it out, so a little bit interesting, and that's exactly what I was kind of saying, is like, could this be, theoretically, you say the BL side should be better, but with the absence of King, maybe, Hunt kind of, being the secondary IGL in this situation, maybe that might be a problem.
Still early days. Up nice and close. Quickscope's going to work out for him, and then Muffin gets timed by Hunt. Again, TBI just up to their usual kinds of tricks. Bone missing initial shot. He's going to be able to find himself a trade, of course, with the pistol, but reality is they're just losing too much across the board. These rounds are so fast from TBI. And Berserk, Task now solo with the 1-on-2. Has to get quite a bit of work done. Only 5 seconds he's got to play with. He, roughly speaking, knows the position of Arvin, but doesn't really know exactly where Booker is. The team should come together, and it does. Well played by TBI. They get their first round on the board on the BL side.
Yeah, but the one thing that's good, I mean, like, I know a round win is a round win, but the thing is that, like, these rounds are not convincing. Like, they're right down to a 1v1 situation like that. Like, again, so I'm not trying to take anything away from, Ray is doing a good job to making it this close for the counter, but TBI are really just on the grind. And, like, a good point you brought up is, like, they are taking these fast. Like, they're trying to get map control quickly. They're trying to get this bomb down as fast as possible. So it's a very interesting tactic. They're really just, accelerating as way more than what we're used to. And I'm not necessarily against it, but it feels like Ray have definitely been a little bit more prepared for that. And their defense is starting to show a little bit of life for these guys, maybe, but it's a long path to go. Very, very long path for them to be back into a conversation of a comeback yet, but impressive that these rounds have been very close, to say the least. That's going to be nice, too.
Down early alongside Hunt. Ooh, this has maybe not quite panned out for TBI. They try again to throw something aggressive in. And this time Ray are ready for it.
Yeah, big man advantage here for Ray. So, I mean, only losing Rolly and everybody essentially practically full HP, if I'm not mistaken. So, Now TBI, a very wounded Booker and FaZe by themselves, not going to be easy at all, but if they're just on the other side of the smoke, I mean, they're going to maybe try to slither through this as much as possible, but FaZe goes down. That's the full HP player. That's not what you can afford here. So now Booker has to be able to find himself a multi-kill, but not meant to be. And REH's going to be able to find themselves that 4th round. Not bad at all. And this is, again, where this TBI side is, you know, I'm wondering if, like, their only idea is, like, hey, let's play aggressive. Let's just, like, put our foot on the gas and go. And when they played slow like that, you saw how fast they got punished. So they haven't used their timeout yet. They don't have to necessarily call it right this moment, but if we see another round or two going through, this is where they really do need to kind of figure things out.
I mean, yeah, like maybe give it another 2 rounds. If it gets to 8-6, that's where you'd probably call it. At this stage, I think TBI are still feeling pretty confident about things, although this BL side hasn't been quite as straightforward maybe as what the GR side was. Actually going to slow things down this time, which I actually don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all, actually.
Faster half from TBI, and some of those rounds have been a bit 50-50, and this one a little bit more methodical, let's say.
Yeah, a bit more of an execute. Oh, look at this. You can see REH were not ready at all. So a little bit of coordination, a little bit more, you know, just settling down, and look at how easily they take the site, putting them in a gigantic lead in the sense that they were up a 4-on-2, but really picking up that kill is nice, though. Still, you know, the one-man advantage here for TBI. They're going to get this bomb down. And both these players from REH, not really together. So they might try the front door and the back door once again to see if they can get this retake. But Rolly, he's going to be the one that has to be able to get this kill. This is going to be against FaZe, and FaZe is kind of propped up ready for him. He's been able to slip through. Oh my goodness, FaZe, you've let something through. You've broken through, but now it's all just down to the 1v1, and Booker by himself. Bone, very wounded. And Booker will be able to find him and takes his head away. So now the map point's going to be on the docket here for TBI, finally.
It surprises me that it's been as difficult for TBI as it has. Not to say that it's been super tough,
but I would definitely say it's been a bit tough. I mean, the scoreline looks really good for them. Obviously, they're on map point. That's a good situation, but some of these rounds have been very grindy.
Yeah, this one, though, doesn't look like it's going to be the case. They're just going to run over REH, and that is sometimes the danger of a team like TBI. When they do bring these faster rounds, they can really overwhelm you, and they certainly have, and that's just going to be very quickly blink and you miss at the end of the map, pretty much. There's nothing really the Bone can do about it. Walks straight into the spam and the nades, and that is that. Map 1 in the books for TBI, a comfortable victory. Had to kind of work for it a little bit, I think it's fair to say, in the second half there, but, you know, it never really got to a point where it looked particularly dangerous at all. So the player picture from Hunt is probably a good indication of where things are sitting at the moment, as he tells them to sit down, be quiet, whatever. But there is still another map to play, so we'll see what TBI are going to look like on Eagle Eye. Again, you know, that's always a bit more of a question mark of a map for a lot of teams. So at this point, you know, it obviously looks great for TBI, but let's just wait and see what map 2 looks like. There you go, Laz.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I wasn't sure. You know, it's a good point. And honestly, I think the one thing I didn't love about that map, like in the second half, like you said, is the fact that TBI, I felt like for a team that is experienced and, you know, again, the record not the greatest, but let's kind of remove that. But look, I can talk all day. We don't need to now. So I'm going to stop talking and we're going to throw things off here a little bit. So see you in a bit.
Thank you, Laz. Thank you, Alfish. And just like that, TBI managed to win the first map. And like the 2-0 that Trello was talking about, it's not an option anymore.
Yeah,
2-1 maybe.
Maybe 2-1 because that's not REH Gaming that we watched yesterday, and this is not how the guys are playing. We watched them playing more into a teamwork style, flashes, grenades, smokes, lurks, flanks, fakes. We haven't seen this. Maybe TBI is not giving them a room to do anything because TBI, to be honest, they played very good. We've seen the first round, REH Gaming started very good. They pushed pushed everywhere and killed all of TBI members. And then second round they pushed again Machine and tried to take round, but Avin and Noxin 2v4 get the round, get the momentum, and flip the game to 7-1 instantly from 1-0, and then you are 4v2, so you are about 2-0, and then instantly you are 7-1, and then everything starts to fall for REH Gaming at this moment. And honestly, TBI, like, okay, we haven't watched their blacklist, but it's so interesting to watch the blacklist. If you watch the guys, how they're playing, Yask is doing a lot of good job with them. Their coach, the new coach, is doing a lot of good job with them, because we've seen how they pushed from Elton, which is or PC basically, and they push Machine, they push Woods, everyone in the same time. The flashes, the smokes, and the utility usage is perfectly good by TBI. The guys deserve it, the win, and deserve it because they also were more ready, in my opinion. Or I'm not just saying that REH Gaming is just way behind. No, I think that REH Gaming needs kind of to prepare a bit, or maybe warm up a bit, because this is not REH Gaming that we watched. This is not Muffin that we watched yesterday. This is not Rolly that we watched yesterday. I'm pretty sure that these guys will be kind of better on their map pick, because their map pick next is going to be Eagle Eye. One of the best maps, by the way, for TBI is sub base, so we cannot just say that REH Gaming is bad, because they picked sub base, they won it. Now it's time for REH Gaming to fire back on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, and like for REH Gaming, and correct me if I'm wrong, I felt like REH Gaming is really good on the Blueberry side yesterday against Triple9, and like whenever they go to the blacklist,
they struggle a bit.
Yeah, they struggle a bit. So I think this might be the same case, because like this map they started as blacklist side, and like by the time they went to the Globalist, the gap was already too big. In the Globalist side. And for TPI, I feel like in general they just played way better than Triple9.
Yeah, definitely. TBI is playing kind of better than Triple9, because Triple9 is kind of missing one of the most important players, and the teamwork is not there because of the head diver joining instead of Creeds. I'm not saying that head diver is not that good, but I'm saying that this is affecting teamwork. So we cannot compare Triple9 to TBI, because TBI is kind of steady roster for like maybe 1-2 months. And yes, also Triple9 was there, but they are missing their core element player, which is Creeds, one of the best players for them. And also, I guess he's the IGL of them. As you can see, STEM4, and definitely we've seen a very good game by Noxin. And to be honest, Avin, 1.0, but the guy did a lot of good job in holding B side and doing the miraculous comeback, or just this big difference that we've seen on Global Risk in favor of TBI Esports. On the other hand, Muffin is just kind of silent today. We haven't seen him as last time, because he was firing and killing everybody. Also on subbase, by the way. But and Muffin in general, he's very good on subbase. That when you scrim versus him, when you watch him, when he plays versus any other teams, he's just so good on subbase. So maybe this is something that they missed on subbase. I hope that he comes back stronger when Eagle Eye and chose a good fight and the real Muffin.
Yeah, we're talking about like maybe a substitution. Maybe he was struggling a bit technically, like technical issues he had.
I guess they switched him and then he came back. Maybe he had some problems, but he fixed it. That's good, because I wanted to see him playing. I didn't want the REH Gaming to go on a sub, because this will make them even worse.
Yeah, true.
So now he's playing, but maybe he had some technical issues. I hope he just relaxes, drinks water, and resets everything, so we can see the better of him in the next map.
Yeah, and the next map is it's Eagle Eye, and like both these teams, they played it in their previous games.
Yeah, 2 times.
And like REH Gaming, they had a very sing Global Risk side, but like again when they won, when all the opposite, they had a very good blacklist side.
Blacklist side, yeah.
When
they
go
go
to the Global Risk side, they always
not
struggle. So what can you learn as REH Gaming from yesterday's games against Triple9, and how to avoid it against TPI?
Well, Rolly said it himself. He said that we had problems when we were on Global Risk, that they always cut our rotations. So I guess he should have fixed this.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if they fixed it. Elfish and Laz, you have the mic.
Yeah, let's see. Look, a lot I think to fix, and I think the analyst desk obviously echoing a little bit about what I was saying in regards to the fact that we didn't really get to see the same REH Gaming today, right? I think yesterday they looked a lot more switched on, they looked a little bit more comfortable, the snipers were getting a lot more work done, but hopefully that can change up here into Eagle Eye. It is their map pick, so they should be feeling a bit better about things, though the start to it hasn't quite gone to plan. Booker and Hunt, in particular, toward the back end of that mid-fight, are going to be the ones that will be able to establish that control. And Bone now is tasked with the 1-on-2. Booker, a little low on the HP, wants the help here of FaZe, trying to hold on and wait, but transition's not going to come through quite in time. Problem is for Bone, he doesn't know exactly where FaZe is. Now has spotted him out, though, and a shot missed by FaZe. Is going to mean the pistol has to come out, but Job done by TBI. Penta Sports, shout out one time to the OGs, of course, of a team that FaZe used to play for a long time ago. Still representing here as they try to qualify for yet another CFS event. But REH Gaming, again, out the gates here on Eagle Eye, not particularly strong.
Yeah, not bad though. I mean, again, like just considering the TBI, you know, go for the full aggression, and they had themselves in a power position, and then, you know, REH was able to bounce back a little bit, but again, not the round win, but that's what matters at the end of the day. But now they're going to try to get this hotel control, and it does seem like Laz is going to be able to get that entry. It's short-lived as FaZe stops him in his tracks right now. So this is where REH Gaming are going to have to hit the brakes a little bit more. They're trying to look for a pick if they can, but now Bone's been taking some critical damage against them. Got the bomb in their possession for the time being. But right now for TBI, like, they really can just play this the 2-2. Nice nade just to kind of finish the job. Not bad at all, but this is where now REH, I feel like they have to group up together. They have to just do something as a unit. They cannot lurk anymore. They cannot just, you know, kind of spread things out. They got to play as this unit. They have to play the instant trade. It seems like they're not going to mess around. They're just going to go right into this, and FaZe does get himself the 1 kill for the time. But Zerk, can he be able to find a little bit more? It's going to be Muffin, not, you know, the player that was having some connection issues. He's the one that's starting to find himself a little bit of success, and now it's a 2-2 all through the thick and thin of this.
Yeah, Booker and Hunt to try to have a little bit of a look at things here. Berserk's going to go down, and Muffin being quite low is going to make this a tough one for him to clutch out. He's going to need perfection from his TRG, and he doesn't get it. So another one on the board here for TBI, and, you know, the same old story kind of feels like it's continuing. Not really much of a change, at least in terms of the vibe here from sub-basing to Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I do like the fact that we saw that, you know, REH, like, they got Laz to kind of go, you know, just full Leroy Jenkins, you know, just runs an hotel, tries to get the double entry. He does get the first, which was great. So again, making a lot of space for them. But it's really just, again, where TBI on the GR side showed us that their defense has, you know, some really good, you know, calls. They understand what they need to do. That's really what's been the key for these guys, is that no matter what happens, they can always find back. You know, if the player goes down, they know exactly what to do to react to it. So that's where REH, you know, are getting a little bit countered, and they just don't seem to have the answer that way. But 2-0 is not bad for TBI. We'll see if they can continue on this heater. Look at how fast REH have actually been able to push through onto connector here. So they're actually going to make themselves into the site. FaZe misses the first shot, but at least he can get one more before he goes down. But now this bomb plant should come through, but you still have these GR players. They are hot on the heels, and Avon's already been able to find the one. This is not looking good here, Elfish.
No, it's definitely not. Rolly and Bone isolated as well. Arvin with the spam through the wall, just recalibrates straight away as Bone tries to swing for that fight. Will be taken down. It is one as Rolly's been able to pick himself up a kill, but again, TBI playing together. It's gone a bit too easy for TBI at the moment.
Yeah, looking really, really easy right now. Like, now the rounds are starting to go through with them, for them very, very well. I mean, putting yourself at a 3-0, maybe even getting to that 4 would be huge. But right now, REH finally, you know, showing us something. Like, they finally get some double opening kills. They take down Booker. They take down Noxon. Noxon had himself a really good first map. He put himself, if I'm not mistaken, he was at a 1.50. Like, not bad at all for the KD ratio. Love to see it. He was always somebody that, you know, was kind of proving to, you know, be a dominant player in the scene, or, you know, an up-and-coming player like Hunt. But speaking of Hunt, he's able to find that 1 kill. And all of a sudden, this advantage for REH is dissipated. It has gone back to a 2-2 situation. This thing has gone awkward and weird.
Whoa.
How is FaZe allowed to get away with that?
I don't know. I have no idea. A bit of a whiff maybe from Muffin. Laz obviously able to get the trade through. Now it's into one-on-one against Hunt, who has got that TRG in hand. He's unable to land the shot. He's going to have another crack at it, but Laz wins the fight with the rifle. And so first round on the board for REH. It very nearly didn't go their way despite a fantastic start to things. So that is even still continuing to show their little inconsistencies. I wonder if this is a attack timeout from Ray right here.
I was just going to ask
early
you,
on in the piece again. We saw that over on Subbase. They called an early attack timeout. Wanted to have a bit of a chat about things early on in the piece. Same kind of deal here. Obviously, this is a little bit more compounded by the fact that they had a significant deficit in terms of the map score overall as well. They don't have anywhere to fall back on.
Yeah, and again, like it felt like when they did this the first time, nothing really changed. So I'm kind of questioning why they're doing this again, where they're down by like a 3-1, kind of situation, or even 3-0. Like it's not just looking the greatest for them at all. But look, they feel like they need to call it. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I'm just curious what they want to do a little differently. Like they're getting through mid decently. They're going through that choke point. They're trying to cross things over. They're trying to see if they can sandwich into that site. It's not really working the way they want it to. Like FaZe is still locking it down very, very well, but I do like the mixture in the strategy book. Like it's not bad. They've been trying to get hotel control. They have been able to do that, but as soon as they get that kill and then they lose one of their players, you just see them drop off. Like it feels like they run at 100% and then they just drop down to pretty much nothing in the red, right? So that's what's really concerning for these guys.
Yeah, I just think on an individual level, there is a bit of a gap in this matchup, which I kind of thought was going to be the case yesterday as well for 999 up against Ray, but I didn't really get the sentiment that 999 really locked in and kind of didn't really arrive in that match, so to speak. But TBI certainly have.
Yeah, hopefully no tech issues with this little bit of a tactical that was kind of embedded together, but we'll find out. And it would be good to see, like, again, the riflers, being on the BL side, these guys have to be more aggressive. They have to create more space. They are going to double TRG this. Very, very interesting. Again, a map that obviously we know has a lot of range, and, the snipers are a very strong factor in this, but I don't know if I necessarily... Triple sniper, just kidding. I was going to say, I don't even know if I agree with the double, but now they're going to try to really just triple down on this theory of mine, but we'll see if it can pan out for them. I just don't know if it's the move. Oh, knocks in. Can't believe he gets away with that.
TBI getting away with a lot, it feels like, in this match.
Yeah, really. Like, he's just, like, the fact that he's able to jiggle like that, he barely takes any damage, and now he can just reposition. That's such a misplay from Ray. Especially when you triple sniper. Like, I don't think I've ever seen this. I mean, on this map. Unless it's a troll, but there's no way this is a troll. This is a full idea.
No, I don't think this is unreasonable at all. I mean, both Bone and Muffin have been pretty good with the sniper, and Rolly was the guy that kind of like, he's been picking up the TRG when someone's dropped it in a couple of rounds, so you do have some of that sniping presence out from this team. It is a map that you can get a lot done with these long sightlines, but the problem is that if they don't, they'll be in a bit of a problematic situation where they're trying to take sites with 2 or 3 TRGs. Noxon, being able to win a duel with a rifle against a TRG is really not ideal at all. He is eventually going to get brought down. It takes a lot of time off the clock, though, for Ray to clear this area of the map out.
Well, at least they get the trade back, though, right? I mean, they take down Noxon finally. I still can't believe he got away with that one kill, too. That was such a sick shot. Look at how close that Ray are going to be able to go for this execute. Now Hun realizes, okay, him and Booker together find the kill each, and Bone does get finally a little bit of retaliation, but it might be a little too late at this moment. Booker can just kind of, tuck his tail, just hang out. Does not need to swing this, and he does! Oh my goodness, he was looking for that info, and Bone! Oh man, it's a wishing Bone. He's been able to find this double, and all of a sudden this has turned into an advantage for them.
Yeah, this is a little bit more like it, though. The problem is Arvin's been able to take so much space that if Bone misses this shot, he's going to be in real trouble. The rifle will get the job done. So heroic effort from Bone, and that was a bit more what we were seeing yesterday, right? From the snipers. Like, it was Bone and it was Muffin. They were hitting shots like that. But in this instance, just not quite enough. Unable to come back from it. Nice little clutch there from Arvin as well, has to be said. And TBI still well and truly on top.
Okay, TBI going right back to the mid-crunch once again. They want to try to see if they can speedrun this, and the M14's just out of the gate, and look at that. Booker with a triple kill. Ray not expecting it at all. I mean, they were able to get at least 3 kills so far, but now Muffin has to be able to find 2 more to get them back into a round in their favor. But TBI, a really, really nice mixture that we're seeing on the GR side. They like to play it slow. They like to play the standard way. Then they love to play ultra aggressive. And now Muffin, you can see, like, he's paranoid. Like, he's checking everything. He's just clearing all the angles. He has no idea what to do. So this is going to burn a lot of time against him. And TBI, honestly, doubling up at A is not a bad idea. Like, them just playing the buddy system together and use those numbers to their advantage is the best idea. If they've splitted that, you're just going for a 50-50 coin toss at that point for the gunfight. So, not bad at all. TBI are playing this really, really well. And you can see how much that Muffin is so hesitant on what to do.
Yeah, as he would be expected to be. Things have not been going the way that Ray wanted them to today. Don't mind the way that TBI are playing this one out as well in the 2v1. Both Booker and Hunt. More than happy to just take their time over on A. Play it together. And wait and see what Muffin's going to get up to. There's a world, obviously, where Muffin just walks into B here and gets a plant for free, but you have that buddy system. You should be able to trade him down most of the time.
Yeah, this is good for Muffin, though, right? So now he's going to clear everything out. He knows he has some time. He's like, okay, look, I'm just going to clear all my options. I'm going to go for the aggressive plant. So in this, he should be pressing forward.
He is?
He is, so this is good because he needs a gunfight. He has to be able to win this. Oh, that's not going to help him. That's not going to help him at all. That's not good.
Very troubling that he doesn't manage to land that shot. Now puts himself in an awkward spot here where you're going to get that double swing coming through. They're pretty aware of his position, so an easy clutch in the end for TBI. Needed that opening kill, and that's kind of what you, unfortunately, are required of in those 2v1s. If you're in the solo position, you do need to hit that shot. You need to hit every shot. You need to hit every opportunity you're going to get, because you probably only get one opportunity. The shot that you get where it's the surprise factor, where they don't know where you are, is the one you need to hit to put it back into the 1v1, because once they know where you are, they are going to be able to swing together, and they're going to be able to deal with you most of the time at this level. So, nice effort, but not enough this time.
Yeah, such a critical moment that he absolutely needed that kill, like you said. And now TBI knocks in once again in his playground. He's just going to take over, find that kill. He doesn't even have to press forward if he doesn't want to, but in course he is. TBI want to get this in a dominant way if they can. Muffin just trying to shoot through the smoke, just trying to see what he can be able to find. Already losing Laz, already losing Rolly. Not going to be a good case for them at all. And look at Hunt. He is just a hunter at this moment. He's been able to find this double kill, and now you can see FaZe and Noxon. They might just even try to re-aggress for this. They might just honestly go for the crunch. Noxon does get it. Why the heck not? And there we go. An easy round to make it a 6-1 here, Elfish. This is kind of a little bit of a deja vu moment that we saw from map 1.
It is. This has been a massive fall from grace for Ray. I had higher hopes for them coming into today. Not the case anymore. TBI have proven to be a far stronger team than anticipated. And I think that sets us up for a pretty interesting match tomorrow between TBI and 999. Which I imagine will probably be for the top of the group. But we'll wait and see how Ray goes tomorrow as well against 911. How 999 goes today against 911. There's a few conversations around that with Matt as well. Booker looking to hold nice and strong. Easy double for him. Noxon in there to help out as well, and only FaZe the fall. So across the board, TBI are really, again, I will use the same terminology. They're making mincemeat of Ray. This is not looking close. This is, in fact, looking a little bit too easy. I mean, Muffin need to be getting more done there than that, and unable to do so. Just indicating some of the problems that are popping up here for Ray, and a 7-1 scoreline. This half is really falling by the wayside for Ray, and unfortunately for them, they are on their map pick as well, so that's just going to make matters worse.
Yeah, it really is. And TBI, like, again, they're just mixing everything up and making it more problematic here for Ray, and look at how fast that Avon's been able to push through. Oh, they have no idea. The fact that he's able in this kind of an aggressive position, not bad at all. Rolly actually gets the timing of Booker, so not bad at all. And now Avon does get himself that one-and-done kill, but Ray might be able to find themselves a second round here given that TBI had just, you know, essentially just gone for the full aggression mode, looking for a bit of a DM if they could. Bomb's going to go down, so you have Noxon and FaZe alive. Noxon's been very stellar this game so far. He's really just put himself into new footing, and now he's going to have to put a 1-on-4 to find that 8th round. Not to say it can't be done, but boy, oh boy, that's a lot to ask for. Gets the 2, but now at least for REH, they can get themselves that 2nd round. Deja vu once again here. Jordan. 7-2 in the first, 7-2 going to be here now, and TBI put themselves in prime position to close this thing out potentially. But now again, it begs the question about the BL side, right? I mean, this is where sub-base, I wasn't overly impressed. There wasn't a lot of rounds we have to see, but from what I saw, I felt like there was 1 out of the like 4 rounds that looked relatively decent. Could that be different on a map like Eagle Eye? Possibly, but now this is where they have to just close out, right? And we know that some of these teams have struggled in the past to close out. Like, they're not necessarily there yet, but they're definitely close.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it does to an extent kind of show you the gap that there is kind of often between the top teams and the teams sort of competing in the tier 2 level of competition. I think it's fair to say that TBI is one of the weaker teams in CFWL, but it's very evident that when they sort of drop down into the, let's say, tier 2 level of competition, they're actually quite comfortable, as has been displayed so far today.
All right, well, here we go. REH needing 5 to push to a tie game situation. They showed us a little bit of defense that was good on the sub base, but it's gonna help. Really just picking them apart 1 by 1. Finally goes down, but it's a little bit too late maybe. Bomb's still gonna be dropped, so this is not a good position at all. You still got the 2-on-3, the advantage for REH, but good flash that lands in front of Bone, but gotta pick up this bomb. Still gonna be able to find some kills. They don't have to rush this either. That's the one important thing here. Aven actually could get a little bit hungry. Oh, that shot from Boney was needed. And that might create a bit of an opening here. This might not be good here for REH.
Oh, I'm definitely starting to get concerned about the fact that this ends up being a really one-sided map. TBI, Arvin. Headshot comes through. There was a moment where I thought Berserk might have given up the opportunity, but both the duels won there by REH, and they will hold on to the first round of the second half.
Okay. Going down a little bit of a similar path so far. Like, this is what we saw in the first half, where 7-2, we saw that REH was able to get the first round back in their favor. Like things, I mean, it was a 10-4. Let's just, you know, let's not ignore that. But decent entries that come through on TBI side, and now REH, they're gonna have to figure out a little bit more what they want to do with this. Good flash. Bone once again blind as a bat. He can't see a thing. Double players in B, leaving it just to Muffin by himself, locking down this A site. So TBI really, again, with the numbers and the utility that they still have a little bit available, they could overwhelm him. And if they get this kill, I mean, that should be an easy round for them, really. So this is a really good read from them. I like it. I love that they have the inkling of this, but now Muffin has to be able to find 1 kill minimum. If he can find 2, that could buy him some time for his teammates on the rotate.
Now the fact that Berserk's gone down, you'd have to say he probably does need 2 minimum, and he's not going to get it. TBI swarming their way onto the site. Noxon takes an isolated duel against Bone and will be falling as a result, but still got the 2v1 here. TBI looks pretty comfortable. Plan's going to go down early. Bone still well and truly in transition. That's going to cost him 5 or 10 seconds, but I don't know if it's necessarily the time that's the biggest of factors here for Bone, and more so the fact that he's got 2 players to catch up with. Both Booker and FaZe seem like they've got a pretty reasonable understanding that he's coming from towards the BL spawn side, so they'll just transition across to the safer side of the site. Booker maybe not quite getting the memo, and FaZe swinging for the trade. That was poorly spaced in the end by TBI, and they are going to give another one over to Ray. Again, a little bit of a mishap from the TBI individuals.
Well, it's a good point you brought up, right? Because it was like TBI, they were playing a good position in the sense that they were, kind of clearing angles, but Bone was able, despite going the longest path ever, it was the right play. He was able to slip through into this position right here. You could tell that Booker had no idea that he was going to be that close that quickly. So honestly, he was able to slip behind the enemy lines very, very well. It took that 1-2 seconds of a gap, and that's all he needed. And the fact that he's able to find that, 1v2 in his favor, not bad at all. So now that his round's getting a little bit closer, and Rolly can't find more of the rifle, and now TBI, they just said enough is enough, and they're just going to send it. They're going to get themselves that 8th round. And they're really wanting to get back into winning ways, and that's not bad at all.
Straight back into it, 8-4. I mean, it's a big job to do for Ray to try to come back into the swing of things here.
Yeah, I love that they can just play slow, and then they just full rush, and they can win a round. Like, it's just madness, honestly. I'm not used to it with these guys. They're definitely playing a lot different than what they did in CFWL, that's for sure. Different style play. I don't love that from Mola either. I mean, when you're playing a position like that, you need a teammate that's able to get a trade or be some other distraction as well, so he can swing it. That was really just kind of a one-man army attempt, and it just gets kiboshed very, very easily. So now Ray, they have to kind of reconfigure their game plan. They have to set up this 2-2 or leave the Soul Anchor in the A site, which it seems to be the case. And Berserk's just kind of playing this float. He finally makes his way back into the A site. And TBI, they're in the best position in the world right now. Hunt's the only one that's taken some damage. They can just play this all together. They're going to overwhelm with the numbers alone.
Noxon, 1-for-1. Traded nicely by Bone, but you're right, the numbers are still strong enough here for TBI. It's like they're going to group up on the A side of the map and start to try to make some inroads over there. Hunt, though, just popping his head up for a second too long. They will lose it to Muffin, and it's not really resulted in much space being taken by TBI. Bone going to get the better of Booker as well this round. Again, kind of slipping away from TBI there. Just kind of taking solo duels against the TRG, and that is not the way that they are going to be able to win this map. That's actually where Ray got a lot of work done yesterday against 999, so obviously, still quite favorable for TBI, even if this round goes the way of Ray, but I think I would want to advise caution for TBI that this series is not done yet. They can't afford to let this one go too far the distance, otherwise Ray might find some of that momentum back, and who knows where this series goes from there.
Yeah, honestly, that's very true. And the thing it's a big, a big gap right now. Like, it's sloppy work. Like you said, I think it's the nail on the head is that they're playing these like one-on-one peaks. Like, they're going for these, individual little power plays if they can, and that's something they cannot do. Like, when they play as a unit, that's when they've been really effective, right? And so for TBI, it's a bit of a misplay from them, just seeing them getting a little bit maybe, I don't know, maybe their egos are starting to kick in a little bit and they're starting to get way overconfident on this. And like, again, you can't do that. Like, you have to get the job done. I know there's only a couple rounds, but that's all that Ray needs. So this is a good moment for them to call the timeout for TBI. I think it makes a lot of sense because this BL side is really lackluster. Like, nothing really about it has looked that good. Again, we've seen a few rounds already happen. To my perspective, only one of the rounds has looked good. That was the speed run when we saw them full rush it. They did a 3-2 split. They were able to just, crunch the A site really quickly, and it looked good. It looked smooth as butter. But everything else has just been, crunchy. It just has not been the greatest. So they got to clean it up now.
Yeah, I think it's a good time for a attack timeout here as well. TBI can have a little bit of a chat and just say, like, guys, we need to lock this in. Let's not assume that this is a job already done. It's not over yet. Kind of let slip a couple of opportunities. There was the 2v1 a little bit earlier on in the half. Some of these moments, like a 4v3, they've let slip as well. So it's not as if they're not putting themselves in decent positions, but they're definitely not converting on those decent positions for sure. Just need to cross the T's and dot the I's. They've got a lot of time still to do that, but that quote-unquote a lot of time can very quickly slip away. 8-5. Any rounds to play with for TBI as far as they're concerned, but don't want to be seeing that gap go any closer.
All right, right back into it. 8-5, and I mean, let's not forget, that was a 7-2 half that began here for TBI, so like you said, they've really do need to find a way to cross the T's and dot the I's here. Oh, FaZe, it was looking like he had an inkling on it. Hoping that he could get the shot through the window, but he's going to play it a little bit more safe on this one. TBI have really just, again, taking this a slow approach or playing more the default, waiting to see what they can get away with. Does look like Hunt has actually pushed himself through mid, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's actually kind of crossed. Hasn't over-pushed it, but now he rejoins his teammates. Very, very interesting. He gets that intel, but he doesn't really capitalize with it, so now they're all just going to group up together. It's not a bad idea, because if they can go for that hotel control, they're going to get some real estate they can work with.
If they get that hotel control being the operative word, this position that Laz is in is always a strong one. I always feel like you're good for at least one here. Oftentimes two. Oh, he's going to push his way forward. That could be awkward. Yeah, don't quite like that fight as much. I love the angle behind the desk, but the minute you start to sort of have a look down the stairs, it feels like that fight's not quite as favorable, particularly when you've got Bone here to sort of trade if necessary. He does actually get Hunt, and he's going to retake that space. TBI more than happy to continue to progress, even without hotel control, but they're going to have to take it eventually. Berserk's under pressure here for the moment. He'll be forced away. Let's keep an eye on Arvin as well as he catches Rolly in rotation. And FaZe deletes Bone as well. Numbers starting to dwindle for Ray. Another player advantage for TBI. They've just got to make sure that they close this round out.
Yeah, he's been some really nice shots, really crisp. Now Berserk, he's going to have to be crisp, but unfortunately, he's the one that's going to get cooked a bit here. And now it's just down to Muffin on the 1-on-3 and missing another shot. So this is problematic to say the least. And TBI, they have a full idea of where he is, and now they're just going to be positioned up. A bit of a pyramid that they have ready to go on this. Muffin really doesn't have a lot to work with, just hoping for a bit of a pre-fire. I can't believe Booker actually survives that. Well, Muffin had him dead to rights, but Booker doing some big damage. This round should be over, and that's going to be map and series point that is going to be available right now for TBI. So all it takes is one more here, Jordan, and then they could be able to get themselves that clean 2-0 to start off this day here today.
Yeah, and you're right in saying that it would be a clean 2-0. This is in a super solid series from TBI. A couple of little mishaps here, maybe 2 or 3 rounds on either map that they haven't looked perfect in, but you're not expecting necessarily perfection, you're just expecting good enough, and this so far has been exactly that from TBI. They're into the A site now, and they have a player advantage. Laz also going to fall as FaZe is poking his nose around the corner, waiting for him. Just Bone and Berserk to try to save the game for Ray. But it seems inevitable that Ray are going to be going to the 1-1 overall scoreline in Group B. Good start to it yesterday, but have not fulfilled their promise of what we saw from them yesterday into today. Unfortunately, Berserk down very low. Arvin looking for that kill, will take it. And now it's just Bone who's been spotted out. Trade, ooh, not there from Booker. That's a bit of a mess, bit of a whiff. 1 HP for Bone, though.
10 seconds.
Could it be the 1 HP wonder? Noxon tucked in behind the box. Arvin watching for the information. Bone even got himself another kill, but TBI will win the map. It was a good effort from Bone. 10-5 is going to be the scoreline. And TBI will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, again, like, I was really, really happy to see someone like Bone that's playing this well. Like, I mean, he was a little bit too late, it felt like. This second map is when he started to shine a little bit more. He was getting some really good kills. He was able to find a round or two, like, in his favor for clutches. But at the end of the day, TBI, they are going to get that victory. They are going to get the 2-0. But, not bad at all. I definitely hope they can clean things up a little bit as they progress a little bit further when they go against the regionals. Because the BL side, I just wonder if, maybe if King being absent maybe caused a little bit of commotion. But look, we'll let the desk talk about it. We'll let them to kind of analysis this as much as they want. So take it away, boys. We're all good.
TBI managed to win 2-0 on REH Gaming and qualify to the regional finals.
The third team is locked in right now, so we have two teams from West League.
Yeah.
We're talking about PingPongPals, we're talking about also TBI.
Yeah.
EYG is coming from the Open League now, one more team to get qualified. But TBI, they won in style 10-5, 10-5, I guess, both times. 10-4, 10-5, 10-4, 10-5, 9 rounds both maps. And REH Gaming didn't show us the performance that we expected from them. And Rolly did not maybe have his best games right today, but still they have a chance.
Yeah, they still have a chance. Like REH Gaming is right now they are 1-1 in terms of the score.
Yeah, and they're gonna be playing 9-1-1.
Yeah, exactly, and they still have their chances, and it shouldn't affect them. I mean, they didn't show us the performance that we were promised yesterday from Raleigh, but TBI, it's a very strong team. You cannot underestimate them. You cannot say that like this result was a kind of a surprise when it comes to like TBI versus REH Gaming.
Well, honestly, how TBI played they can get the kills.
Yeah, and we have an interview with Hunt from TBI. Congrats on the win, Hunt. Once again, congrats on qualifying. Such an a very convincing win, to say the least, against REH Gaming.
Thank you. We feel very happy actually after winning. It wasn't a hard match actually, like Rolly said.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this point. Like Rolly said
Nine-
yesterday, it's
Nine
going to be a big deal.
9-1-1 was much harder than this, I swear.
Yeah,
Okay.
even the scores for 9-1-1, they went to an Ankara to an
13-10,
overtime. Yeah,
yeah,
13-10 or 11.
So like, does this mean that 911 might qualify from this group? Because like this was my next question. Like, who do you think is going to qualify next from this group?
I think 9-1-1 will win 999 today, and
Okay.
it's gonna be the match REH Gaming and 9-1-1. But I cheer for 9-1-1. They will win.
Okay.
They're much better.
Yeah, and we're talking about like adding Avin as well.
Yeah,
like
I
you
wanted to
mentioned.
ask about Avin addition into the roster. How Avin affected your gameplay, guys, and how this guy maybe changed it a bit. And also Yask, because you guys have new coach. You guys have made some changes before coming this tournament. So you had Avin and you had Yask. So does this affected you that much? Because you guys are way better right now.
Yeah. Avin actually he added a very good high firepower for us. And also by the side of Yask, he helped us a lot, helped us how to move on the map, how to strategy, how to counter. So big thank to him too, and to my teammates.
I mean, it's a very good addition. You guys are looking very strong coming into the regional finals. Once again, Hunt, congrats and best of luck in your next game.
I want to say something.
Yeah, sure, go.
Rolly, you didn't catch me.
Okay, yeah, you won it. You won it. Like, it's totally deserved.
Yeah.
Okay, best of luck.
See you guys.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Okay.
There's a beef between him and because he said Hunt. We know that Hunt likes to cut rotations and catch us off guard, but we're gonna try to stop that. But he said that they didn't stop him. By the way, maybe they kinda stopped him, but they couldn't stop Noxin. If you're gonna be stopping Hunt, it's like you're playing. The team having the newest addition that you might neglect him, and he's one of the best players in the team. FaZe can 1v5 single-handedly, so who to stop?
Yeah,
You need to stop all the team.
Yeah, and REH Gaming, they still have the chance to redeem this.
But opinion, Hunt said that 9-1-1. In my opinion, REH Gaming deserves to win, deserves to go. Bowen, Muffin, everyone just deserves to go to the regional finals.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see 911 versus 999 is our next game coming up, and it's an interesting matchup because both these teams are 0-1. So we have at least a team that's going up against REH Gaming if it's 911 or 999.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the score, and 911 on stats against TBI, they did way better than REH Gaming in the last match. So even like Hunt said it, like I think 911 is gonna make it, and by what we saw, by the numbers, by the stats, I know that you are saying REH Gaming are like maybe
the favorite, maybe
yeah,
the favorite a bit. I'm not saying that 100% sure, but I'm saying they're the favorite. But still, 911, they have Losha.
Yeah.
This guy is insane, but not everyone is watching this guy. I've seen how he's playing, how he's clutching. The guy is just the movement, the way he moves. It's not about only getting kills. Everybody can get kills, but how you get the kill is the most important thing, because you're getting the kill without getting damage, and when you are in the same exact spot trying to move, so your accuracy is good, your aim is good, your confidence is good. So in my opinion, Lusha is very good player inside 911. Comes behind him as well is Omega. Omega's decent as well. This guy's entry, by the way. And when you are in entry, it's very hard for you to try to control your weapon, because you need to move. You need to start gaining space and winning space for your teammates, trade space for yourself. You can die, but you trade space for yourself. So when you do this role, this is the hardest role in the game. We've seen, and we know that Horus, one of the best in the not in the region. He's the best in the region. One of the best in the world in these entries. And you see how this guy's moving. Maybe he's not getting the best skills for you, but this guy's getting the most space for your teammate. That's what Omega doing as well. So that's the strength point in 911, of course, with the experience of Fighter. Fighter is, by the way, he's one of the oldest players. Maybe he started competitive even before me, before I started CrossFire. So they have some kind of fresh blood with experience. I'm talking about Fighter, only maybe Fighter that has experience, and some young talents, Wizu and Weza and Wizu, and Lusha. Just play around this guy.
Yeah, I mean, like we're seeing, like in front of us, this is the roster that we have for 911: Wezda, Lusha, Omega, Fighter, and Wisu. And I mean, you talked a lot about this roster right now, and like with the experience of Omega, with the space that he plays for his team, with the firepower coming from Lusha. So this is a team that can beat
compete.
999,
Yeah.
and like especially that like I'm not sure if Creeds is gonna play with 999. I hope we're gonna see the roster soon enough. And Creeds, like 999 without Creeds, it feels like they lose some of their power, like, or
they
like
lose
maybe a lot of their power.
60%
Oh,
of their
he's
power.
playing.
Okay,
Okay,
Creeds
we
is
have
coming
Creeds.
back. Okay, so Creeds is coming back right now. This guy is just single-handedly can take out the entire 911. I'm sorry, 911. I said you guys can make it into win. I'm not firing versus Head Diver, but I'm saying that the teamwork is not completed without this guy. Creeds is one of the best players in the EU. He plays very good. He's IGL as well. He's the guy also, by the way. He's lurking, flanking, pushing, trading. If you want him as an entry, he would do. He plays with M4 in ABR, M4A1, EBR, AK. Anything that you want to play. So he's just the joker of the team, and also that helps in leading the team in game. So with the addition of Creeds, we can say that 999 have a chance, because still they are a West League team as well. Okay, yes, they are relegated, but still they used to be a West League team for 2 seasons.
Yeah, and they did some like surprising games in the CFWL as well against some really good teams like Inner Circle. But like Creeds, to be honest, 999 in general, they need to have a refreshment, and like Creed's coming back.
Creed's come back. That's the refreshment.
Reset. It's like okay, guys, it's a new day. It's a new tournament. Let's start right now. And right now we can even, like we were talking about REH Gaming qualifying, 911 qualifying, but like Creed's coming back. You can even
we're saying 999 qualifying as well.
Yeah.
So that's a fired up group. So in my opinion, Group B is harder. In terms of deciding who's gonna win. I'm not saying as playing, because Group A also has PingPongPals. This is a nightmare if I'm playing. I don't want to play any PingPongPals, and I don't want to play 40 and Sad and the guys from EOIG. But I'm saying it's harder for you to decide who's gonna win, because 911 we said okay, they are favored because Creeds is not here. Then Creeds pop off. So okay, we're saying 999 is the favorite. But by the way, if 999 wins today and they beat somehow TBI tomorrow, that means that 999 will go to the CFS regional finals, because they will have 2 direct wins. And if they win with more sets, because they might tie up with REH Gaming, and if they have more sets, if they beat 2-0, so that means that they might have a chance on regional finals.
Yeah, and it's a do or die. Let's say for like 999, and we just got some
news
sad
that
news for 999 fans. I mean, I think we jinxed it. Yeah, 999 is gonna win, but like Creeds is not gonna play. It's He Diver.
Back to plan A.
Yeah,
so we're saying 911 is gonna win, and they have the chance to win
we
right
need
now.
to reset as well. Like we said, the talk.
We wanted to start talking about Creeds. Okay, 911 now, guys. Hey, we are saying that they are the favorite right now. They might be better, but still, I'm not saying that without Creeds they cannot win. They can, but if it's 2-1, it's not that good for them.
Yeah, and let's talk about the maps, because like 911, they did amazing on Ankara against TBI. It was really close. Eagle Eye, it was not the best versus TBI. So like if you are 999, like we know that your best map is sub base. We know that Ankara might be really good for 911. So how do you approach the map B2 if you're?
Well, if the 999 is watching and following 911 past scrims, the recent scrim results, and how they scrim versus the other teams and how they played versus TBI, you would instantly ban Ankara, because these guys are just insane on Ankara. They have very good strategies. They have very good movements. They have very good coordination and preparations for the teams in Ankara. So why not just ban it even if you're good in it? That's always my perspective. If I'm playing versus a team, I'm good in Ankara and he's decent on Ankara, I would just ban Ankara for him. Okay, it's not for me and not for you also. Let's play on a map that both of us maybe have another chance or better chance for my teammates. So in my opinion, 999 needs to ban Ankara, and you're gonna be banning also New Compound in New Mexico most likely.
Yeah, and for the side selection, because like 999 did really good on the blacklist side on the maps against like REH Gaming. So I think like even a side selection is really important for you as 999 to give you some confidence boost at the beginning of the map, let's say. And New Compound is banned by 999, New Mexico.
Yeah, we said that both new maps is gonna be banned. These guys don't want to be playing the new maps, but 911, I mean, picked Port.
Oh, yeah.
This is not the thing that we expected, and Ankara is going to be the decider. That means that if it goes to map 3, 999 has a chance to lose this series.
Yeah.
Because I thought they're going to be picking Ankara and let Port as a decider, but no, they decided to play Port and they're gonna be starting on the blacklist side. And as you said, they are stronger on the blacklist side. I'm talking about 999.
Yeah.
They are stronger on the blacklist side. So that means that you guys are starting, yes, maybe in the weak side by map, but in the weak side also for the enemy team, because they do not play the global risk side very good. So I'm saying that 911 has a chance versus 999, because 999 kinda, the map veto is not in their way.
Yeah. I mean, let's see if 999 is gonna fix their mistakes from yesterday. Map 1 is ready, so Elfish and Laz, you have the mic.
Indeed, this is going to be one of those interesting matches, Laz, and I'll tell you what, playing against 999. So you're going to be hearing us say the words 9 a lot.
I know.
The word 9 a lot is, you know, even at a point where we're going to get to a map score, you know, it's going to be 999 on the score line of 9-8 against 911. Like, oh, come on, bro, make the life easy for me.
I know.
Anyway, start things off. It is 999 that do push aggressively there into a machine room, and they get themselves a 1-for-1 other side of the map over towards second mid. A lot of conversation, obviously, to be had around where Creeds is at. You know, not obviously being able to partake in this qualifier, head diver coming in, and maybe that being an issue for 999, which they didn't.
I mean, 911, I don't know, man. They go on the emergency line, and they're doing pretty good right now. They've been able to just take down everybody. Fighter's going to be able to find that double kill to solidify the first round, so not too shabby, to say the least. I mean, that was a little bit of a back and forth affair, but, you know, honestly, I feel like QJK, like, he's somebody I'm definitely going to be looking out for. I feel like he can really make some good impact on this team, but him kind of giving up that much space and not finding a kill, was just a bit too much room that I'm more comfortable with, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that was a bit too easy for 911, so maybe we'll be getting the 999 of yesterday, and if we do, then that will be a tough day at the office for them, and yeah, maybe that absence of Creed's more impactful than I would want it to be, but, you know, I'll still follow through with what I was saying before. I do think that there's enough here for
I agree.
999 that they should be able to get through a lot of these matches. It's just whether or not, you know, players like CRS, who we saw doing okay yesterday, are going to be able to step up again today. And I think for me, QJK was definitely a bit more of a standout during CFWL in a lot of the games that 999 were able to win toward the back end of Season 2. Where he was definitely the guy that was leading from the front, so didn't really get much from him yesterday. I hope to see that change today as 911 make their way in toward that B site. It is a bunch of trades across the board. Rotations can come back on through. Minchen and BYK have been spotted out by Losha. And he's just going to keep them busy as Weza tries to collect that C4, but not an easy task, it would appear. Now we're down to the one-on-one. BYK quite low, though. Oh, and tagged up even further. Losha, I feel confident about trying to hunt for this fight. Actually pushes his way into jail. He's going to go looking for BYK. Doesn't find him.
I like he's sitting and waiting, though. He's playing a bit of a mind game, right? So Losha's like kind of still hesitant, thinking, okay, maybe he went all the way around. Like he's going to try to make a big play on this. Still lots of time, right? So it's definitely a world where that could happen. Now he can go for the plant, though. He's going to play a little bit more safe on the backside of mid here, or the backside of the middle of the site right now. So we'll see. He does spot BYK, so now he knows the jig's up. The problem is the TRG's there. He's got the one shot to hit. Losha's got the high ground. Like, this is a very strong position. Oh, he actually leaves it! Oh my goodness! I can't believe he went for that, but I mean, it works out for him, but my goodness, a little bit of a BM there, I guess.
Just had the read and able to pick up the dub for his side. So, fantastic start for 911, and we're just not really quite seeing that same pizzazz out from 999 as what we'd hope. CRS is going to push his way forward again in towards machine room. Forward hold from him, although a passive forward hold. Just kind of letting QJK spot for info, and then he's going to spring the trap. That's nice from 999. A little bit more like it.
Ooh, nice shot. Fighter actually does connect onto the kneecap of QJK, but he actually wins that gunfight at the end of it. So bit of a slow start here for 999. They haven't really been able to find the right footing in this game yet, but this is looking like a pretty decent chance they could be able to. BYK, we talked a lot about him and his overall stats and how well he's been able to play so far. Can he be able to fill that a little bit? Oh, he spots a player, but he hasn't been able to get the shot off, and now 911, they actually might just kind of pull back on the plan. And yeah, indeed they will. They're not going to commit to this. They're going to group up and rethink the game plan. So I don't mind this at all. This is actually some good mid-round decisions.
Diver just going to have a little bit of a peek into wood there. Doesn't see anything. Now getting that information, it costs him his life. BYK and QJK both low. This is such a winnable round for 911. That's a big pickup. Wesso, Omega in there as well. All of a sudden, this round, it kind of goes to falling apart for 999. They had a 5-on-3, and now it's a 3-on-1. 999, what's going on?
Oh, no. Yeah, I said, look, like it looked like a round that could have been theirs or should have been theirs on paper, but 911, man, it's, you know, digging deep out of the hole, and they do well, and they get themselves a 3-0 start. And like you said, what is going on for 999? This is a team that, you know, again, didn't have the best record in CFWL, but they have a lot of experience, some veteran players that have been around for quite some time, but this is a lackluster performance. Now they're putting themselves a little bit more of a gunfight where they had that slight advantage, but now things are back to the even Stevens of this. Can they be able to finally get themselves around? But I mean, 911 been able to cross wood. Min, can he be able to? Minus, he was gifted it, and he still can't get it done.
It's going to go through. Omega almost runs right into it. See if he can pull off another one here for 911, I should say. Not aware by the looks of things that BYK has already crossed, so that'll be the first round on the board for 999. This is going to be a pretty back and forth series. I think we're already kind of getting that idea. Run it back, 999. JK playing an aggressive line, looking for those players that are pushed into machine room, and he'll himself a cheeky pick onto Wesso. I want to see a little bit more of that from 999. I felt like when they were doing well in CFWL, they were the team that was playing on the front foot. So yeah, make some proactive plays.
Absolutely.
And see if that works out, and it has, at least in this instance.
Yeah, it's a really good point you bring up, right? I mean, like 999, you know, they were the team that, you know, when they get map wins and they were able to cause a little bit of an upset, like you said, they were the ones that were kind of setting the pace. They were the ones that were kind of moving forward, you know, putting some good pressure on some of these teams, like almost essentially had no fear of who they were playing. But right now, it kind of feels like they're a bit timid. They're not really playing that same identity that we normally get to see them. So I don't know if something has changed, or maybe the lack of creeds has kind of, you know, changed a little bit of tempo for these guys, but still early on, lots of rounds to still be done here. But thankfully for 999, they get themselves that round, right? So they can get rid of the goose egg. They can feel a little bit better about the scoreline to some degree, I guess. But you can see how conservative they're playing. They're playing the double A setup, very tight positioning here in B. Like, nobody's just kind of playing towards wood. Nobody's playing that, like, you know, middle position. You can already see that 911, they've already gotten a ton of real estate, and BYK has to hit the shot, and it's a full miss. Does get himself a little bit back here with the double kill. Here we go with the exchanges. And Head Dive is going to be able to find himself that one kill on Delosha, so not bad at all. So that bomb's going to be dropped here. So now Fighter, he's going to have to fight big because he's got 3 players to go against here with 40 seconds.
Yeah, there's definitely been a shift in momentum now, hasn't there? As 911 are finding it much tougher going. Fight up. Try and clutch this one out, 1v3. That's a good start, but he doesn't really have the time to be messing around here at all, and CRS catches up with him. So 999 go to 2. Starting to put together this GR side. It's a great start from QJK. Sniper rifles the ones to make a big impact for 999 in this round. Want to be seeing a little bit more from them throughout the rest of this half.
Yeah, things are starting to get cleaned up a little bit more, which is a good thing to see right now for 999, right? For a lot of fans that are supporting them. Looks like it's going to be the triple player down the stairs. No utility. They're just going to take this dry CRS. He might be able to find this too, and he does. But can he find one more? He's going to buy some time with the utility. He's going to throw the counter flash. Again, he's got the USP in hand, but QJK, I don't know how he gets away with that kill. It should have never happened. He escapes with his life with 8 HP. This thing is turned into a 2v2, but really, I mean, with his HP being this low, I mean, this puts a lot more pressure for Head Diver. He has to be able to find these kills, or he has to bait QJK in the right way so that he can get this opening. And that's not even going to be the case at all. Head Diver does get around this, but now Fighter doing a good job maneuvering around the missile, and there we go, gets the jumping shot as well. So 911 will continue on some winning ways, and an 8-3 scoreline here for Losha. Not bad at all.
I mean, still kind of keeping that scoreboard ticking over, and that's really what 911 needs to do. It's, to be fair, what 999 needs to keep doing at this stage as well. I think if 911 can come out of this half with a round or two advantage, you know, they're not going to be too disappointed by that. It's the map pick of 999, so that's a consideration as well when they lost it yesterday. They weren't able to recover from that, and on their way to losing it again today. This could be a 5th round on the board with the lead that 911 have established in this round.
Yeah, it really does feel like 911 are just playing their game very, very well right now, right? I mean, it seems like they're finding these kills, like they're getting it for the 2 kills for the 1 death. Not bad at all. I'll take that any day of the week. And now 999, like, being this down in the deficit of what they have to do. You have double TRGs, and then you have, just the M14 here for CRS. This is a lot to ask for, because if CRS goes down and we see 911 getting this bomb plant, like, that retake is gonna get way more difficult. Like, it's just gonna be a harder affair, just considering you have the snipers. Not to say it's impossible, obviously, but it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Lots of utility available here from GR side. CRS actually over-aggresses. Can't believe he gets away with that 1 kill, but it's an instant trade out. It's a bit risky, and now QJK slow on the draw. And this is just a sloppy round for them, honestly. Like, I don't mind the idea necessarily, but the execution of it, again, it just feels like, they don't know how to, cross the T's and dot the I's right now.
That's kind of what you're going to get at this level of competition. This is starting to become quite a threatening first half from 911. I mean, we push this to 6. Dare I say even 7. That's a really nice pickup from Wesso onto QJK. Minshen going to challenge and just loses that fight. I mean, they're losing so many duels across the board. Wesso given the chance to put some more damage into BYK. It'll be an easy finish in the end for Omega. And now Diver's going to try and come sliding across to reinforce the A side, but that'll be a free pickup for Fighter. So this is very much going to be a 6th on the line. And 911 are going from, looking decent and competitive to dominant.
Yeah, it felt like, like they got themselves a good start. Then we were, I was kind of thinking like, okay, 999, they're starting to pick up a little bit of steam. They're starting to feel a little bit better, but that's not even the case at all. It just feels like, 911 allowed a little bit of a, there was a little bit of a gap, I guess, or a little bit of a hiccup, if you will. But look at how fast and dominant they've been able to take this first half. I mean, we're in the last round of it. If they can get this 7th round, that's going to be a huge, huge bonus for these guys. Especially, transitioning over to the GR side. This has been a very impressive BL. I mean, the 999, I talked a lot about TBI's good protocols and how well they've been playing on the defense. It's been the exact opposite here for 999. It really is just a surviving game, and they are not surviving at all. They are just drowning in this.
Well, got to make sure that they can close this round out, 999. If they can get 3 on the GR side, that's not too bad. It's just going to be a punt at the A site for 911. Try and take the contact onto BYK. That's not going to work out for Fighter. He will be traded back down, but still numbers are there for 999. The flood coming through. Flash in. There's going to be a problem for CRS. He has to turn away from it. Now we're back to a 2-on-2, and that is a plant available. Losha went down in the meanwhile, maybe trying to retrieve that C4. So, clutch on offer here for Omega. He's going to opt not to plant and try and take the fight instead. Ooh, some damage going back and forth. Trying to take this 2v1. Not a good idea. 999 will take their 3rd round. It's still not a bad half at all for 911, though. I think rather be in their shoes at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good round for 999 just to get themselves a little bit, you know, a better of a scoreline in this. I mean, the 6-3 to end the first half is not the worst, but I mean, it definitely should have been a lot closer in my opinion. But now this is curious of what, you know, 911 is going to be able to bring onto the GR side, and the opening duel actually, you know, does pan out pretty nicely here for 999. We're seeing that, you know, the defense right now is trying to get a little bit more aggro. They're trying to push through this and trying to be a little bit different pacemaker on this, and I don't mind it, but it's a bit bold. These are just trades back and forth. It is panning out nicely for the BL side. You still have Fighter alive, you have Wesso alive. Fighter is, you know, despite putting an 8-6, he has really found a lot of good impact early in this game, so maybe he can find it here and right now. So that's one of these players. But is he going to reposition? Indeed he will, so I don't mind this at all, Jordan. This is not a bad idea.
Bit of a stalemate here for BYK and Wesso.
Oh my goodness.
It's a freebie onto QJK and so close to BYK. Almost able to get that one done as well. Fighter starting to push his way forward and see if he can convert the 2-on-1. It's not going to happen. That's exactly the start to the second half that 999 needed. So rebuild a bit of that confidence. Remember, they are now on the BL side, so he's going to get a bit better about things. And a recoverable map on this position for sure.
Yeah, that looked really good too because Wesso was able to jump over the line of sight, you know, like I thought, okay, that's going to be enough of the opening. Almost was able to find that double kill. I could have really turned things around, but close but no cigar, but valiant attempt, that's for sure. But 999, I mean, desperately needing that round, and you know, I don't really feel like they've been the most impressive BL-sided team for me. Like, I think the one thing I liked about them in CFWL was that, yeah, they like to be aggro, and they like to be a little, like, I guess you can call it unorthodox, I guess. But to me, it's not like they were overly impressive, in my opinion. So I'll be curious what they've been able to do in the off period of the season to this. It looks like they're going to try to maybe go for a 3-2 split potentially, but they might even abandon this idea a little bit. They actually have QJK going for a full-on lurk into radio, so he's going to go down early. 911 get the full intel that this is a fake, and look at that. Even Wesso goes for the wide swing and gets even more kills and more information. So now the defense should be in the prime position of this unless we see 999 putting heads on a swivel, and that might even be the case here.
Need to get that bomb plant down ASAP, and they do. Diver's going to work his way back over towards stairs here. Just has to kind of jiggle this. Make sure he doesn't get his timing wrong. Otherwise, that TRG is going to claim a strike. Diver, though, is claiming some heads. He's got 2 of them so far and just needs 1 more. Losha not interested anymore. Back up the stairs. Now down. Thinking about it. Wants to take the fight. Can't. And Head Diver will close it out for 999. And all of a sudden, this is now starting to feel like it might be 999's map. This Blacklist side looking phenomenal for them.
Yeah, really just countering the point I was making, right? That I never was overly impressed with the BL side, but right now it's been decent. Like, we were talking about a 6-3 first half. That was in favor for 911, and now all of a sudden we're down 1-round differential. A little bit more of a meat grinder round. Everybody's just going for a full barrel fight into middle. Trying to speed run into this round. And now 999, they got themselves into jail, but can they get themselves out of this card? But I don't know. Been able to escape. For the time being, a beautiful shot from QJK, but it's short-lived, and now it's just down to BYK by himself for the 1-on-2. He finds this first. It's him and Losha against each other now with plenty of time to spare. Doesn't need the bomb necessarily yet. This is all about the gunfight. This is all about the duel in this moment, and who's going to make the critical mistake?
That's the big question, isn't it? Losha doesn't necessarily have to do as much. BYK is definitely taking his time to clear the map out. Losha's timing looking pretty good. Missed him. Oh, missed him on the timing. BYK able to swindle another round for 999. 6-6 is the scoreline, and 911 going to have to start living up to their name. They need some help. They need a call for help because this is not going well for them at all in the second half.
Spit 3 in a row they've been able to find, and that last round felt like it was one of the closer affairs onto it, right down to the 1v1, but pan short here for 911. So this BL side is not looking too bad at all for, you know, we'll say the veteran team of 999. This is where we talked a lot about their experience in playing some of the best teams in the CFWL. Might be showcasing here a little bit now. Better late than never, I guess, but it was looking pretty grim for them at one point, but now this thing is wide open once again for where this game could go. And 911 being, you know, I'll say like a less experienced team, like on the defensive side, like when you're losing that player, you're noticing that they're kind of scrambling a lot more than what we saw in the first series, right? They're not reacting properly to when they lose that player. And that's really created tons of openings here for 999 to be able to take this map so far into this situation of a 6-6.
I think they're going to take more than that as well. Minchen on the off angle. Should be getting Loja here, but this is his shot. He's going to put a bit of pressure on. He's got that head glitch angle. And so makes short work of him. Another opener here for 999. CRS can't get much done. The drop down from the vent not going to be employed this time by QJK. We are back to 4-on-4. Wezza being active in the mid round here as well. Don't hate that. We'll find a timing onto QJK. Not pushing it forward at all, and it's going to just be a standard A hit out of 999. Omega. It's a two-man spray down. Raid's not coming back quite quick enough here from 999. I felt like there was an opportunity in there for them. It seems like it's gone. Slipping by the wayside here for QJK. A 1v3 is going to be way too much to ask.
Oh, I think so. This is a very interesting game. I just wasn't really, like, I kind of was putting a little bit more emphasis for, you know, 999 just to be kind of powerhousing through this a little bit more. I thought the desk was making some interesting points about, you know, 911 is definitely a team that could win this. And I'm definitely not discrediting that. I definitely thought that could be the possibility, but I thought this map was going to be a pretty heavy favorite for 999. Like, just considering what they've been able to play on it, the teams they've been able to beat on this. But I got to give a lot of props here for 911. Like, this is impressive because they are really just pushing 999 onto the backboards, and they are making it very difficult for them right now. And they've done a good job, you know, putting up some decent numbers. Omega's put himself at a 12-11. Losha, you know, sitting at 13-8. It's not too shabby at all. UIK continuing his winning ways a little bit here with a 14-9. Not bad at all. But 911 are going to play this a lot more conservative, a little bit more passive. Double player setup in mid, just going to leave the anchor of Omega by himself at A. So a decent defensive setup here, Jordan. And I mean, this is where 999 giving a lot of respect for this round. They've really slowed down the pace quite a bit.
Very much so. I'm just concerned that they've given over that round to 911 and that will be a bit more of a cause for concern if this round falls by the wayside as well, because Losha's doing a great job of holding on to lockers here. Minchen's going to go down as well. The rest of the hit coming through from second mid, just ill-timed really, but still some kills coming through. Probably not enough though. JK not able to finish it off. 8-6 now as 911. They bounce back here in the second half. And we're going to get, I imagine, a tack timeout. A lot to think about in these circumstances, but if anything, that seems like it's a 911 timeout call. Which is interesting considering they've won the last two in a row.
Yeah. It is a little bit interesting, but you know what? I mean, maybe just want to smooth things out a little bit, wait things out just a little bit more. You know, I'm just kind of curious for your thoughts on this roster right here for 999. Like, I always kind of thought, like, I always say QJK, like, I think you made a good point too. I think we were both on the same page. Like, CFWL, like, he had some really good pop-off moments. I mean, I feel like CRS near the second season, I felt like he was really starting to improve a lot. UIK kind of felt like the old faithful, but is there anybody, like, is the clear star power on this team to your perspective? Like, is there one of the names that you're just like, oh, without a doubt, like, this is the best player for 999?
Well, I thought that was QJK in CFWL. I think yesterday it was CRS for sure. But I don't know that really either of them have come online in the way that they can at their peak. So we'll have to hope for the best. So far, a little bit of work to be done, I think, on both sides, really. I mean, 911 also, if you look on their side of the field, I don't really feel like anyone's necessarily taken this match and run with it.
Yeah, exactly. It really has been just back and forth a lot, right? I mean, that's the fact that, you know, like I said, I felt like 999 were going to be the team that I felt like this map was going to be dominance. I thought it was going to. I definitely thought it was going to go through a 3-map series, but I thought this was going to be a clean sweep pretty easily. And then I felt like the second map might be a bit of a grind for a team like 911, but I mean, really, it's completely the opposite of what I was expecting. Like, I didn't disagree with the desk, like I said, where they said 911 have a chance to beat this team, but I just didn't think Subbase was going to be this close of an encounter. I really didn't. I just felt like 999, you know, where they're going to be in the better position with this, just given what they've been able to do and the experience, and again, some of the teams they've been able to beat from what I can remember in CFWL. Maybe they've just been, there's a lot of demo against them, so maybe, like, for, you know, a team like 911 has done well to counter that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but, like, I don't imagine that there's that much necessarily to look at. CFWL was a little while ago. They should have been able to come up with some new stuff by now, if necessary, not to mention the fact that Creeds is not here either. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like this at the moment is just 911 playing a pretty decent game, and 999 not quite hitting their level either, which, to be fair, was always one of the big problems of 999. They kind of always have had that struggle where they've been a bit of an inconsistent team. When they're actually playing at their best, they can really take it to some of the top teams in the West League, but oftentimes, and this is part of the reason why you do see them at the bottom of the standings for the most part, they kind of don't play their best Crossfire generally. And I think, again, we're kind of just getting like a 6 or a 7 out of 10 from 999. Certainly not a 10 out of 10. And how much of that do you put down to Creed's not being here? I mean, you can make that judgment call for yourself, but...
Yeah, it's always a good debate, right? Because we talk a lot about, a lot of teams where one player, can make a bit of an influence in the sense where their absence is gone, and you can really see a team showcase that a bit, right? Like, and Creed's is, Penguin made a really good point about it originally. He's like, yeah, like if Creed's is playing, like, okay, sorry 911, like this is a GG. Like he really is a good player, very experienced, like really good resume. The CV is just definitely top notch. But with him absent and like him being an IGL and has been able to like play the star rifler role and kind of call at the same time, like that is an impact. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit here for 999. And I don't know if Min's calling. I felt like, I could be wrong with this, but I felt like that's what I heard once from one of the guys. Like, I think Kyle might have said that, but I don't want to misquote Kyle here. But that's the thing. Like, different style of calling. And Creed's, I feel like, is pretty good at calling a bit more of a loose style. That I felt like that's where we got to see some of the 999, games where they were able to get map wins and the odd win in the season where there were quote unquote upsets.
Yeah, looks like the team's just having some tech issues, so we'll get themselves sorted and we'll get back into the map ASAP. Alright, back into the swing of things here. A little bit of a tech pause there, but back underway. And 999, they've got a few must-win rounds ahead if they want to hold on to their map pick of sub-base. It's not a terrible start, 1-for-1 as they charge their way into lockers. BYK gave them an advantage for a moment there, but it's instantly brought back by Fighter. Now the question is going to be, how does this B fight actually play out? CRS not able to win it. And that'll pretty much be the round, and maybe even the map done and dusted, as 911 are going to go up to 9. 999 in all sorts of trouble.
I can't get over the fact of how many nines we have to say on this.
999.
999, round 9. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of nines.
It looks like 911, they want to get this one done, as they're going to play aggressive into control. They play aggressive in mid. They play aggressive even actually up into wood, and trying to take that fight to 999.
Exactly. I was just thinking the same thing. Like, they would really want to try to get the job done. I mean, a three-round padding on this is not bad, right? I mean, this is where they can be a little bit risky and try something, but that's where 999 should be expecting. You know, they might be off the leash a little bit, but even despite them being prepared for it, it doesn't even seem to matter. It's just now 911. They got the firepower on their side. You know, Megan now is going to have to hold it through, but Head Diver's going to be able to find himself that nice kill. They're not going to commit to this because they still have to go back for the bomb. Now, for Losha, this is an important position here because his teammate's going to be close. Westo's going to try to join him a little bit into radio, but Westo might have to be the first point of contact. He has to make sure he gets the perfect timing onto this. Both them together. Can they swing this? Oh my goodness! Head Diver's able to get a beautiful shot. Leaving it all down to Losha. Now the timing is just slipped away from him, though.
Yeah, you say that, but I wonder if they're going to be prepared for him this fast on the flank. That's going to be the only thing that's in my mind right now. I don't know that they're going to be too concerned with clearing this angle out, so he's going to be able to take a lot of space, and he'll get 2 in the side. Easy freebie on the first, and the second goes down as well. It's just unfortunate. Yes, he didn't get the timing immediately for the trade, but they're just not expecting him to be coming from behind that quickly, thinking that they've cleared out that area already. And so 911 will take map 1. And so for 999, that is now 3 maps lost in a row here in the EUMENA Qualifier, which is certainly going to be, at least for me, a bit of a cause for concern. I mean, there's even a world where they lose this series, they lose it in the next map, and they cannot qualify. They cannot go any further.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Because they were kind of, again, like the team that's a bit more of a highlighted favorite, that we were thinking that 999 should be able to get themselves, you know, in a winning category and pushing themselves to the regionals. But now, I don't know, this is starting to make me question a little bit, because 911 looked really good. I mean, even with that little bit of a break, it felt like they were even better. Their firepower was hitting all the right shots. Everybody was just playing the right systems. But 999, it really did feel a little bit lackluster, to say the least.
Indeed. All right, well, look, I'm sure the analysts have a lot to say about this one, so we'll hand it back over to them and see what they have to say before we jump into map 2.
911 managed to win the first map. I mean, 999's on map pick on sub-base. Once again,
sub-base, they pick it. Yeah. Sub-base, they pick it and they lose it. They're not still finding their teamwork. Although Head Diver played very good this game, he won some clutches, and we've seen a 1v3 from him. But still, 999, there is something missing in the guys. I mean, they are sometimes hitting their shots, but still, in the end, they cannot close the rounds. And QGK, the guy that we always see his good performance in the West League, is not performing at his best right now. On the other hand, talking about 911, everybody's playing very good. They started very good, by the way. They started 3-0, and then, okay, 999 tried to come back, but then 911 was just better. Losha, man, again and again and again. We've said this guy's name a lot, and he is delivering.
Yeah, and whenever there is a number disadvantage for 911 and Losha is still up, it doesn't feel like a number disadvantage. Yeah. Even in the last round, you said before even Losha win it, you said Lusha's gonna win this round. In the 1v2. So he's performing really well. You said he's one of the rising talents, and he keeps performing and performing. And 911, they're looking really good. They're looking they are one step closer to close out the series, because in the second map, Port, I mean, you were
own pick?
Yeah, you were surprised by the map pick, but they picked it for a reason, 100%.
Yeah, of course they picked this map for a reason, because we expected them picking Ankara, but maybe 999 is also good at Ankara, so they said, okay, why not we go Port, because we've seen Port of Triple Nine and it's not good at all, so they picked it. And as you said, yes, the individual skills coming from 911 is way better than Triple Nine for now, at least, and we might see a better performance from Triple Nine coming in the next game. But as I can see that Losha, Omega, Fighter, everybody from 911 is just fired up. The guys are very good and they have a good aim and they have a good teamwork, and also the movement in the map and adaptations to what's happening from Triple Nine is perfectly good.
Yeah, and Triple Nine, like they have a lot of pressure on them right now because like you're one map away from
getting knocked out.
Yeah, getting knocked out for the whole tournament, and you lost your own map pick. So Triple Nine, they need to do something. What do they need to do to come back into this series and like to not lose their hopes in qualifying to the regional final?
I guess they need to focus on the first rounds, because always they lose a bunch of rounds at the beginning of the game. And then they come back eventually, but it's because the big gap that happened at the beginning of the game. The comeback is kinda impossible because you cannot just win 4-5 in a row and the enemy team is not adapting versus you. So they need to focus the very first moment at starting the game. They should not lose that much rounds. Every time they play the game, they lose 2-3 rounds in a row and then they start to come back. No, you just should win these rounds. So there is no comeback from your side. There is no I'm not saying don't come back, but you don't make it harder for yourself. And as you can see, 10-6, and BYK is doing very good from Triple Nine.
CRS?
Yeah, and CRS as well. Yeah, CRS 2.0, and on the other hand, Losha is 2.0. Well. Yeah, this guy is just, as I said, him and Omega. By the way, they're both top KDs, and they are the top players on 911.
Yeah, 911, they're looking really strong, to be honest. And like Lucia is performing really good. On the other hand, Triple Nine, like you have your own star doing good, which is CRS. BYK is doing fine, but like the rest of the guys need to step up individually. I feel like to manage to fight off for the rest of the series. And like Triple Nine, it's the same issue. Like they were 3-6 in the first half when they went to the practice side. They started neutralizing the game. They started
winning war.
Yeah, so like what's missing in the global risk side from Triple Nine? Like what's making them like looking a bit weak as a team compared to the blacklist side?
Well, the global risk side, we all know that the global risk side is 60% pure aim, because you need to hit your shot versus the enemy team who's pushing versus you, or at least get the guy. If there's 4 men pushing versus you, at least get one and die, because you need to kind of level up the situation for your teammates. So this is not the case that's happening with Triple Nine. Usually they go for the short plays, they die, they are in disadvantage, so they have to reclaim it, so they play more aggressive, and they play versus very passive teams. 911 is a very passive team, and also REH Gaming was a very passive team that they wait for your mistake. They're playing with 2 snipers, REH Gaming, so they waited for your mistake, they waited for you to push, and they snipe you. So that's the same case as well here. So the global side you need to hit your shots, you need to play more collected with your team. You need to play closer to your teammates. You need to play maybe stacking more with your teammates. Yeah, you can leave aside for a retake, but at least stack it, because leaving it aside for a retake is 50-50.
Yeah.
But staying in the side and dying is not 50-50, because 2 players at least gonna die, and if it's 5v3, it's not 50-50 at all. So the retake is gonna be way harder for the enemy team. I mean for Triple Nine. So the global side, they need to hit their shots, and they need to be precise in hitting their shots. They need to have more individual skills.
And does this apply for the port as a map as well? Because like it's the map that's coming.
Global sided map.
Yeah. So like they are starting global side as well, Triple Nine. So they need to take an advantage, because like if you start at the same start of the Rust map, you lose first like 3 or 4 rounds as a global risk side in port. I think it's going to be a huge issue for you.
Yeah. Okay, they started very bad on global risk on sub-base, because sub-base is blacklist-sided map, and we know that blacklist-sided map, it favors the blacklist, it favors the controls for the blacklist, and the lurks, and the flanks, and the splits, and everything. But in port, no. At least even if you have not good global risk, so I guess you need to play better on port.
Okay, what's your expectations? 2-0?
2-0, I guess, 9-1-1.
Okay, 2-0, 9-1. Let's see Elfish and Lazio.
Mate, this Penguin guy, he flip-flops like a wet noodle. He came in the Discord like 10 minutes ago. He's like, I think this is going to be 3 maps. Now he's saying it's going to be 2.
I know.
We'll see. I mean, I don't necessarily hate the prediction, though, I've got to say. Like, I think 911 have definitely done enough to convince me that they can beat 999 2-0. They are moving into their own map pick, so, you know, there's a lot of positives to take away. We'll obviously have to wait and see. I just have been thoroughly unimpressed, generally, actually, by 999. We kick off port here with 911 on the BL side. And, you know, this BL side could tell us a lot as to where the direction of this series is going to go.
Yeah, it's a true point, right? But I love the fact that, like you said, like for Penguin to be convinced of like changing his, you know, prediction just because of how well that 911 played, it's like I don't blame him. Like I really don't. Like it really was a better performance, and I agree with you. 999 have not really looked that good in my perspective for a little while as well. Like I know that you said the last few days. I really feel like it's been a little while. Now they're starting to, you know, make me eat my own words. They make it easy with a 4-kill. Don't even get traded out yet. And they take a flawless round to shut me up here, Elfish, and that's not a bad way to start it, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely one way of putting things for 999. A great start to the map. So 991 definitely going to have to go back to plan B and figure out what this is going to look like on the BL side, because that was definitely not exactly how they would have envisioned things going in the first round. A bit of an aggressive round out here from 999 with CRS pushing really deep in the warehouse. Omega, a bit of a whiff on the grenade. Won't get any value out of that one.
Good aggression, though. You can see that CRS has actually pushed himself in the corner, so QJK is going to take that first fight. Luckily for him, he's able to get that easy kill. CRS. Okay, there we go. Finally, he's going to get it done. It's a little bit labored, but so I guess why you get 30 bullets in the clip. That's fine. Takes all 30. Doesn't matter. Now they're just going to be able to find these kills pretty quickly. 911 not really showing much of a reply into this yet. Getting bested, a 1-on-5, you know, it wasn't not going to be the easiest situation at all for him. Maximum effort if they can, so 911, I'd like to see them not just necessarily play a slow default setup. I would like to see them get a little bit more aggro and kind of show us that firepower that we saw in the first map.
I mean, that was definitely what was working as well for them on sub base. Some of the quicker plays kind of catching that aggression again from 999 into warehouse. Not going to get it this time around. CRS will be pushed away by that flash. Omega missing the entry, but we're so good for the trade. They need to find a way to grab Hediva though, and unable to do so is that rotation coming through from 999. This GR side thus far is looking pretty switched on.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to one of my points in the beginning, right, where I said, like, to me, 999 is not really a strong BL-sided team. Like, they always were kind of that GR-sided group that can really create some good rounds, and I thought they were going to do it on sub-base, but not going to be the case. Instead, it's going to be Port where they're going to showcase this a little bit better, but maybe they're getting the realization that they have to wake up and play a lot better because that first map should have been theirs. It was their pick. It's what they wanted, but it didn't work out with a 10-6 against them. But the good kill from Fighter, that actually brings everything back to the 3-3. Min's had himself a decent game so far, sitting at the 5-0. Not too shabby. And now, what does 911 want to do with this situation? This has been a closer affair than what they've had all game thus far. It does seem like they want to wait things out on B Warehouse, kind of just burn the time a little bit. More of a guessing game here for 999 on the GR. And they just need to find the perfect timing, because Min right now is on bridge. They could try to go for this, and then they have to just find Head Diver, and that might be the plan. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to send it now.
Yeah, that rotation's come through, though, from Min, so there's a couple of players to defend the B site. If not the site itself, at least the pit. So, not all of that control and territory taken by 911, but maybe they've got themselves enough with that plan. Fighter, he's found through the box. He's kind of been left high and dry by Losha and Wesso, who just decided to back off and take alternative positions. There's a tap on the bomb. Losha coming around behind. It's a long flank, but Wesso falling in the meanwhile. Losha, good trade. It was a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk, a long rotate, but as you can see, unexpected by 999. But we'll get 911 their first round on this BL side.
Yeah, I love that from Losha. Like, I love just the reposition like that and just going for the big flank. That was important. That was a really big thing to do in the post plant. You can see that 999 were able to get the site pretty easily. CRS, I think he definitely should have spotted him here, but he's very close. He's behind enemy lines. They're not ready for him. Oh, man, look at how fast he's able to get this one kill. He's trying to get himself that second. As Min robs him to get that triple. And 999, kill mode is going to be activated now. And Wesso by himself on the 1-on-5 with just under 2 minutes. And 999 giving us something here. Elfish there really stepping it up a notch.
Hey, you know what I don't really understand about this is where was this from 999 on subbase? Like this kind of like blase run and gun kind of attitude. We want to try and take the fight to 911. You know, confidence plays. I feel like they were just so in their shell on subbase. But this is the 999 that we saw in the latter stages of CFWL, getting some close maps against the best teams, taking some series as well. It's taken a little bit too long for them to kind of get that rolling here in the EUMENA Qualifier, although it's not necessarily too little too late. If they can win this series today, go on and win the series tomorrow, then maybe there's still something to be said.
Quite possibly. Like you said, it kind of makes you beg the question of, like, where did this go for the first map, like you said. It's taking a little bit more of a slower approach, and now 911 are going to go for this cat control. They're going to see if they can get through drop. Omega now as being the first player to make it through, but this is the problem, is 999 have triple players towards mid and bridge right now. So right now, they're ready for this. So in QJK, just getting that first kill, that's going to squash a lot of the aggression. And this is a blender. This is, you know, you talked about mincemeat. Yeah, that is definitely mincemeat. Look at how easily they are just taking them out every single round. Like, it just feels like 911 had nothing to showcase right now on this BL side.
It looks like we're going to get another pause through here. Don't know if this is going to be attack or attack at this stage. But for 911, obviously just being on their map pick, feeling a little bit of that pressure, going to call themselves attack timeout. They obviously do have the win on subbase to fall back onto, but I'm sure that they're looking for a little bit more out of their BL side than what they're getting at the moment, right? You pick into a map of port, you do need to be able to deliver on that BL side. You know you're going to be playing it first. You've got to build yourself a bit of a stable platform that when you do get on your GR side, you can close the map out with some degree of confidence. So they're going to have a bit of a chat here and make sure that they can cross those T's and lock the I's. Cross the T's and dot the I's? Cross the T's and dot the I's is what I was looking for. Lock the I's, yeah. Lock them in. Yeah. I think I was trying to like sort of lock in the rounds, you know, that kind of thing was kind of going through my head.
It's okay.
It is 2:30 a.m. in the morning, you know, so
we'll
I know, call that one as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, the thing is, you know, it's so interesting because, yeah, like you said, they're the ones that went for this pick, but the BL side really just, there's nothing that I've... They got one round, they've been able to, you know, grind out a singular time, but every other time they try to go for the tower control, QJK is just able to take them out. They don't have the utility to flush them. They don't have really a lot of strategy, which is kind of concerning. So I feel like a map like this, like, I would say it's GR sided, but it's just, again, with the BL though, if you have some basic utility, like, you can clear sites, you can be able to get yourself a little bit better for post plant positions. But look, we'll see what happens here. They're going to clean things up, hopefully. Maybe for 911, we'll find out. But I can't take it away that 999 are just playing such a better game right now. Like, they are playing that team that we were really pumping up and putting, you know, a little bit more on the pedestal in this matchup, saying, like, look, they are the better team. Like, they really are. But that first map didn't show up, and now clearly the second, they really want to push that to that third map, which would be interesting because I think, memory serves me right, it's going to be Ankara, so that's always a bit of a toss-up in my opinion. That's a pretty even map.
Yeah, I think 911 will be hoping to avoid the possibility of that being the case, but they'll need to do a little bit more on this BL side. Maybe a couple of quick rounds here will settle the nerves a little. But again, 999, you know, they're on the front foot. They're taking this warehouse control, smoking 911 off. I like the brand of CrossFire that they're bringing here on map 2, much more than what we saw from them on map 1.
Yeah, and you can actually see how much that 999 are, like, shifting around. They're scoring a lot of options. Like, even admin, that's kind of, he was debating to actually push down long, but realizing, okay, look, that's probably not the smartest play. Let's just play the 2A, 2 middle, and lock for Head Diver to be by himself at B here, which is not a bad idea. But I do like that they've kind of rotated the setup, twice now. They had the 3-player at B, then they kind of, shifted a little bit more in that mid and A presence. They're constantly adjusting, which I think is going to make it problematic here for 911, especially if they lose that first player. If they're able to find the opening duel without getting traded, that could make things interesting just because 999, do they react to it where they want to go aggressively for a gunfight, or do they just try to play the 2-2 basic setup? But it seems that, a team like this, they always like to just get right back in these gunfights. It's exactly what they're going to do right now. Oh my goodness. Look at how easy they find these kills. Like 911, they look like they're just going in blindfolded. They have no idea where to look, and they're just getting cleared.
Yeah, definitely. It does begar a belief a little bit here, 911. Their BL side definitely not looking too crash hot at the moment. I mean, Fighter obviously unable to win his duel is a big problem there. If he wins the duel, it's a completely different story, but yeah, off the back of the attack timeout, if that's what you're going to come up with, I don't imagine we're going to be seeing too much from 911 here on this BL side. Again, they're going to set themselves up for a B hit. Ooh, CRS thinking about it. The Omega that goes down first this time around. They just cannot find these trades. They are walking into the blender. Gotta do something different.
I was wondering who was going to say it. Was it you or me? And I was like, look, what, I don't even know what they're doing on the BL side. Like, if you're going to go for this as your map pick, again, I would have thought they had some kind of basic 1 or 2 strategies plus a default that you want to work with, right? They're not doing anything. They're just running through B main one by one. They're not even trading. They're not using utility. They're just getting destroyed. 911 are just going for gunfights, and they're winning them, 10 out of 10 times. We're talking about a 6-1. I don't even know how we're at the score line. They're not firing back at all. And now 999 might get themselves a saving grace here to push this thing to a 3 map and keep themselves in the conversation for the qualifier, unless we can see 911 finally getting back to fragging ways.
Well, 3-on-3 is about the best position we've seen 911 in so far in a lot of these rounds. Right up. Just gets timed. He was pulling out a grenade. So it goes from bad to worse for 911, and I think we might very quickly be thinking about Ankara at this point. This is starting to become a little bit too egregious for 911 to really come back from. I mean, they can maybe find a way to pull this round off, keep that 6-3 on offer. I'm gonna count my chickens before they hatch. This is a bit messy. 999 get the job done. So it'll be best case 7-2 now in the half for 911, and that's just not enough on your map pick.
No, it really isn't. And the thing is too is it's just so lackluster. There's nothing here that is showing me that why you wanted to pick this map. I understand the BL side can be a bit more difficult on this map. That's no question about it. But a lot of these rounds have really just been them maybe, if they're lucky, getting a kill. But I feel like 999, with the 7-1 scoreline, they've had so many of these rounds out of the 7 that it's been almost flawless. Or 4 alive every time, which just shows to me that 911 are not doing the basic, clearing of angles and kind of just getting map control. They're just not firing back at all. So it's very concerning. I don't know what happened. Something must have happened in the little bit of a timeout, or there's a huge disagreement. I have no idea. I could speculate all day. But 999 have, really created the conversation of possibly staying alive in this qualifier. Maybe a second chance to do better. They're going to go back for B main. They're going to try this again. And Elfish, it hasn't worked before, but maybe the 6th time's the try. And indeed it won't be, because the bomb's down and Losh is low with 36 HP. I just don't see this happening. There's just no way. 999 are in the best position in the world. And yeah, CRS is going to get the job done. An 8-1 scoreline. My goodness.
Yeah. I don't think this has played out in the way that 911 had hoped it would. I remember, a little bit of surprise from the guys on the desk at this pick. Maybe this is why this is just completely blown up in their face. Now, it's not to say that the map is over and done with. Obviously, they still have to show us what they can do on the GR side, and that may bring with it some kind of a wind of change, but this is very much a series that's now staring down the barrel of a map 3.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, with a big lead like that, like you're just going to feel really good. But that's the thing about 999, it's just making sure the composure stays intact. They don't, you know, get in their heads a little bit and like allow 911 to make that climb back, right? I mean, like you said, it's all going to be about the switcheroo. 999 are now going to be on the BL side, so do we get to see them play a little bit better? I don't know, because we didn't get to see that very much on sub base really well. So we'll find out in just a few moments here, but it's just really interesting to see, you know, players like Omega that's not able to find anything. You know, Fighter was able to find himself some good success, but really nobody from 911 in this second map has showed any life in this. Like, the pulse is low right now.
Yeah, it's crazy how much difference a map can make. I mean, maybe a half swap can make as big of a difference. You'd have to hope so if you are a 911 fan. I finally feel like I'm starting to get a bit of a glimpse back to the 999 that I've been talking about for the last couple of days and envisioning in my head and saying these are the guys that could actually do some work in this qualifier, but I haven't really been there until just now. But if this is the time they switch on, then hey, better late than never.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, that's it is kind of the, you know, we were both like, you know, pumping the tires up for 999, saying like, yeah, like probably the favorite in this situation. You know, not probably as heavy as, you know, we would argue before, but I felt like maybe it was just going to be a big off day for them, but not the case at all. Ready to go into this second half. 8-1. We saw 999 just show dominance here on the GR, and now was able to find that opening duel. So Min goes down early, and they're just going to keep on committing to this. Despite them losing their teammates, they're just going to rush on into it, and now Losha's been able to 999 just kind of hold W, don't let go, and they just hope it's going to work, and unfortunately, they hit a wall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to see a lot more of that from 911 throughout this half if they're going to come back from that kind of a deficit. Bit of a change of approach here for 999, though. They're going to slow this round down a little. Work some picks.
Utility from 911 to slow things down just a little bit here in B main and get that little bit of info, so they're going to back off on this, so not bad. So they're going to play a lot more passive on this. No reason for them to be aggro. They've essentially just allowed Weza to actually be the sole anchor on this. So his teammates are going to lean on bridge and on A. Not a bad idea, I guess. Just, I mean, a little bit more risky, but Weza, like, if he's able to find one kill, even if he wasn't joined with Losha here, like, that could have been a decent position regardless. But now you can see 999, they've actually kind of changed up their game plan just a little bit. They might even try to split into mid on this. See if they can get some players through the back lines. It's going to be the bomb committed to this, though. It's a little bit sketchy. Omega gets caught in the kneecap, but he's still able to find a kill. He's able to hold his recoil and gets it done. So 999, they're taking a bit of a breath on this one.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to be seeing from 999. They'd ideally be wanting to close this map out nice and quickly and take that momentum into Ankara. The longer they let this one drift, more likely 911 is going to start to build a bit of momentum. And even if they don't manage to come back in this map, you can use that on the next map. I mean, roads being made here. 999 might be able to get a plant down. They've only got 20 seconds left to work with. Omega dueling with her diver right now. BYK also needs to clear out warehouse. This is looking awkward for 999, and indeed, it will be confirmed by 911. So far, so good on the GR side. The problem is 911 have not given themselves much room to work with at all. If they could have at least found, you know, the 3 rounds in that first half, you'd be looking at this situation and you'd be starting to get to, like, a pretty close scoreline.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it'd start to feel doable. But, you know, you almost, again, need pretty much perfection from 911 throughout this entire half if they want to win this map.
It's a good point because, like, again, if you would have found any more than just that 8-1 scoreline, like you said, it would be a little bit different of a story. But now the fact is that 911, they essentially have to play almost picture perfect GR side here, and this is where 999. They just need 2 rounds to getting this thing done. So this is where it's going to be an interesting tale to see if 911 can do kind of the impossible situation in some regard of, you know, getting just destroyed on the first half and then making a gigantic leap, pushing this thing the distance. Fighter's making it interesting. He's been able to find the 2. And now a little bit of reply back finally here from 999. So things have been still the man advantage. 3-on-2. Omega's close. He's trying to get the jump spot. He knows that Min's close. He's doing the pre-firing and just eats him up. And there we go. A double kill for him as well. 999. Oh boy, they're starting to show a little bit of what they did on the first map. But again, they still have a lot of room to work with. But this is getting a little bit scary in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's in the back of my head as well. It's like, if the scoreline wasn't at 8, if it was like 7-4 right now, or 7-5, I'd actually really be thinking, okay, 911 can get this done. But I'm still just so cognizant of the fact that 999 have got, like you said, so much time to work with here. 4 rounds in a row, 911 would need to equalize. They'd need 6 in a row to close this out in regulation, and that is a lot to ask. But so far, it's been pretty solid. They haven't really looked like they were going to lose any of these rounds in the second half, so 999 are going to just have to keep trying to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks.
Flashes, so now Min's going to be able to get through. So this is a decent position for him. Talked about that, 911 have to be perfect. It's not looking perfect anymore. 999 been able to find themselves these 3 kills. 2-on-5 situation here. Weza needs to come up big, and now it's just, no, there's no way. It's too much of a tall task. Map point is going to be available now for 999. You're thinking that, 911 was maybe going to be able to bring something back, but now they're going to have to put every single round into their favor if they want to push overtime here on port. Otherwise, we're going to pack our bags and get ready for Ankara.
That's the nature of the beast, unfortunately, for 911. They're still going to give it a bit of a crack, and so far, this round not playing too badly for them. Fight up. Be a bit careful here. QJK go down alongside Beat by K. It's just Diver left here, and 911 get themselves another. But again, it is that number 9 that's on the side of the screen there for 999 that is causing so much of a concern here for 911. Now only do it in the overtime. And that's going to be a long way away to even get there.
Yeah, this is going to be the story of, 911 playing the perfect GR side now. Like, when you saw 999, sitting at that 8th round, it's like, okay, look, like, there's a world where you can still win this and bring it back, but it would obviously be a very long road. Now, this is the big piece where they have to find, 4 to pushing this to an overtime. And then it's going to be the battle of the BL side if we ever get there, but we'll see how well the 911 can play this. Single sniper here for Fighter. He's been pretty good so far here in the second half, but again, they're going to have to play the perfect defense in this situation. And 999, a little bit of room to work with. That's going to help them nicely. Losha goes down early, so 911 needs someone to pop off, and that's going to be good. Omega finds himself that double, but he's short-lived. He gets traded out instantly. Now 999 in a prime position here.
Yeah, they want to close this out for sure. The easy option, the easy choice is just go B. They haven't made that call immediately, and they're actually going to get spotted in middle. It's a 1-for-2. Rather, a 1-for-1, a 1-on-2. And Diver get the info there as to where Fighter is set up, and they just want to head their way into B. Fighter's going to give them room to do that. That'll mean a plant. He's going to be quick about his transition into warehouse, but both of the 999 players looking in that direction, immediately not interested. Go back into the site. And you can tell that 999 want to play this one by the book. They don't want to be taking the fight. They don't want to be giving 911 any opportunities to come back into this one, but Fighter is going to have to work for those. 20 seconds left as he works his way out the warehouse. Has now been spotted. It will be the double swing together, and 999 will secure map 2. Super convincing fashion from 999. Oh, it's much more like it.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of what we were talking about. That's the 999 we were kind of expecting to see, but it took them a map to, kind of get them back into place and them to get back in some winning ways. But yeah, I think this series is really just going to showcase us the weaker BL sides. It's going to be more about who's going to be able to get the stronger defense. But nonetheless, I mean, 999 get themselves that second map win. So now we get to push this thing all the way to the 3-map series to Ankara, where, you know, I don't know. I still don't really know how I feel about a map like this, just considering how these teams are playing. I think the GR side is still going to be the name of the game, but maybe this will 1-1, getting themselves a little bit better position here to push this all the way to the distance. But look, we're going to let the desk talk a little bit about this, because now things get a little bit more interesting than what we thought. So take it away, boys.
All right, maybe not.
Maybe not.
All good. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I think we're at the point now where this is a matchup that feels like it can go either way. It really does depend on which 999 shows up, which 911 shows up, and that is something that we'll be able to talk about when we do come back from the break. We'll chuck into a quick one here, and then we'll be back for map number 3. See you soon.
999 with a complete new face managed to tie the series, and in a very, very dominant map from their side. It was a complete surprise, even for 911.
Yeah, they started the globalist side and they started on the strongest side on the map, and we already talked about how weak they are on the global risk. So when you perform that much on global risk and beat your opponent 8-1, there is no comeback from this. And 911 question marks, to be honest, on picking this map when you cannot play on the blacklist side on such map, because even if you get some rounds on the global risk side, this is some kind of basic stuff you are doing, because we know that global risk is so favored in this map. So you pick port, you should have had some strategies that you're expecting the enemy team do and try to counter them, but this is not our case because we haven't seen anything from them.
Yeah, no, I think you jinxed it. Like you said 2-0 for 911.
Yeah.
Now we're going to map 3, but like we're going to Ankara, and
which is one of their strongest.
Yeah, one of their strongest maps, and 911. Like I don't think they should be affected by this loss. I mean, going like they pick port. I think picking port was like, okay guys, let's pick port, hoping for the best, and if it goes to the decider Ankara, we can manage to win that. I think this can be their thought process, and they should be resetting. They shouldn't be like affected mentally, and we should see a very, very close, let's say, close map in Ankara for both teams, because we know that 999 are pretty good on Ankara as well.
Yeah, 999 is also very good on Ankara, but talking about the past performance and the scrims results on Ankara for 911, it's so good for them. And we've seen them also playing Ankara versus TBI, and they played very good. They almost won as well. And it's just Hunt who bring his power in, and he just gets like 5 or 6 Ks in 1 or 2 rounds in overtime and wins it for them. But other than that, 911 deserved to win this map and get the W over TBI, and now they are rematching, but not the same opponent. They are playing Ankara again versus 999, and I guess they still didn't lose their momentum, because you are talking about you are going into one of your best maps. Head Diver 2.17 KD, to be honest, he played very good. On the other hand, it had any success, and also the two KDs for 911 is Omega and Lusha. Those two guys are just single-handedly carrying the whole team.
And remember, like I said, like CRS and BYK from the stats of the first map, they were doing really good. The other guys need to step up.
And Diver,
and they really stepped up. Like, I mean, looking at Minshin, UGK, he Diver, they all stepped up individually, and like this completely shifted the matter for 999. They look like a different team. I don't want to like judge pretty early before we go into Ankara, but like this map, this map, like we shouldn't be expecting a one-sided map from 911.
No, I don't think it's gonna be one-sided. It's gonna be a very close map. Maybe 911 have an advantage because they are comfortable on Ankara, and they performed very good on Ankara, and they played Ankara before, and they had a very good run versus TBI. But this is not the case here. You are playing on a map now that still. 999, they are still one map away from getting knocked out. Although they win, they still their backs against the wall, and now they have to win the whole entire series and do the miraculous comeback versus 911. On the other hand, 911, they should be a bit comfortable. Yes, they lost port in some. They got destroyed on the global side from 999, but this is not going to be the case on Ankara because there is no one-sided map. Yes, it's kind of blacklisted, but it's not as port.
Yeah, I mean, 911, they also have the same like thought process, right? Because lose, you go out as well. So like both teams, like they have the same kind of pressure, they have the same kind of situation, and 911, like again, and let's say that they got an extra warm up. Compared to 999,
they tested it online. I mean, on tournament, and they tested already on CFS qualifiers, unlike 999.
Yeah, and 999, the guys stepping up, other besides CRS and BYK for the first map, it's looking very good for both teams. And I can't really expect who's gonna win this map, and I want you to tell me more. How do you feel? Who do you think is gonna take it? Looking at the first and second map.
Well, looking at both maps, honestly, 911 showed a lot of good chance points on subbase when they played, but I guess 999 still had a good game versus them on port.
Okay, so one say 911.
2-1, 911.
Let's see. Indeed, I'll ask you the same question, Laz. Where do you see this series going?
I honestly, I really don't know. Like, I've been trying to think about this during the break. I was thinking, like, you know, we saw 911 looking good in the first. 999 looks so much better in the second. I'm not convinced. I really don't know yet. Do you have an inkling? Like, I just don't know what to think here.
I think 999 for me personally, the team that has showed a higher peak definitely, and I think we should be able to hit that peak. And so far, not too disappointed with that call. BYK, a nice double there in mid, and Hediva good for a 1-for-1. We do lose CRS essentially for free, but you've still got the numbers favoring 999. Not to mention the map territory really being taken nicely here by Minchen. He's certainly not being too shy about taking space.
Yeah, but you still got Fighter and you still got Weza still alive. Not bad from Weza, so that's a nice kill. Go down. So, okay, you see 999, these in positions again where you have someone in hotel, the one that's going to be in the GR spawn. So now in find his timing. This could be decent. Fighter, he really needed to get that, you know, quick trade onto him, but instead he takes down the other teammate down to the 1v1. This is a grueling battle here with 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Fighter just needs to burn as much time as possible. Min needs to get on the hunt quickly before it's a little too late, but fine. And 9 will be an opening row. Not too shabby, like you said, a little bit of an inkling or a spidey sense that you think they could be able to pull this through and get it done with a gruesome opening round.
I mean, it was not the cleanest of rounds, but it was definitely a good enough round from 999. Got that double sniper setup out on the 999 side that we've become so familiar with throughout the course of CFWL. This time, UJK struggling to have the impact. Will fall to Fighter.
Yeah, nice little bit of aggression from Fighter. I like that, actually. Like, the fact that he just went for a big swing and a little bit of an odd position from QJK. Like, the fact that he was playing that open and kind of transferring in the site in that position. But nonetheless, it's still a very important kill here for Fighter to find. And now they're trying to get a booking into this hotel with one player, but all the rest of them are actually going to try to slip through the back door. And Losha taking down the bouncers in his way, so now Head Diver is going to have a rude awakening here as he's about to realize that players are about to fight him in the back lines, but he actually still survives. He's behind this desk and waiting things out now, so this is a bit of an interesting position here for 911. They have themselves 4 players committed to the site, but what do they want to do with this post pod? Do they want to stay true to this, or do they want to push a little bit of pressure on something?
I think it's fine to just play this crossfire that you've established. This post plant with a 4-on-3 is quite nice. You've got lots of coverage over all of the entry points for 999, and it's just about trading down effectively, which they're able to do. So, good call from 911. They don't need to take any more space there. They already had a good setup, and they executed on it pretty nicely. So, 1-1 is the scoreline, and this could end up being a very back and forth map, as has pretty much been the case in this entire series. So, not necessarily be too surprising if it ended up being a pretty close finish.
Yeah, just the way this whole series has gone, it really could just be the full distance potentially. We'll see, but 1-1 score line. So, 911 show us they ain't done yet. A 2-1-2 setup here from 999. So playing this a little bit more conservative, a little bit more of just the standard setup. They're not trying to do anything too crazy or adventurous. This time around, though, it's going to be 911 that have actually put themselves. All 5 players are going to commit towards this A pop. So that's going to put a lot of pressure here for Min and also for BYK. They're going to be the 2 players that are going to have to walk this down. Omega, oh my goodness, he just gets a little bit of a jumping shot. Easily finds the double. There is no defense at all at this A site.
That's very much the case. Losha gets himself a nice nade kill onto QJK as well, so that will help out. A diver going to come rotating back across, will end up in that fight against Fighter, and well, it's not worked out too well for the latter, so maybe an avenue back into this round. The flash not causing too many problems for Losha there as he drops down and deals with the diver. CRS has largely not been as impressive as yesterday, and that will continue as he's dealt with comfortably. Now a round advantage for 911.
just really impressed with the fact that Omega was able to just get that timing of getting the double kill like that. Double entry, and Min had no idea, so I don't know if there was a bit of a miscommunication or something happened, but nonetheless, 911, they do a good job on the execute. Now you can see 999 are trying to get a little bit more egregious. They're trying to get a little bit more aggro and trying to see if they can bring a gunfight to this one, but no, it's 911 that have been fully prepared for it. They've been able to stomp the feet, stomp the yard now, leaving it just down to BYK and Head Diver by themselves. Head Diver desperate here for another kill if he can find one, but right now for the BL side, they don't have to get over antsy on this. I was going to say Fighter might be able to get the timing of this, but he just gets caught the last split second. This thing's getting a little bit awkward and weird here now, Elfish, because, I mean, really, something like that could happen where Head Diver, I don't know how he gets away with it, but he finds a double kill just like that. And this thing now is put on Delosha all of a sudden.
Not unwinnable, but ooh, I've spoken too soon because that headshot comes through from BYK and just shuts it down. So, yeah, as I said, you know, very much expecting a real back and forth map here. And that is evidently what we are going to get. Big moments out from both teams.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Head Diver, you know, I haven't really been able to see him play a lot, but, you know, he was the one that's filling in for Creed, so putting himself in a great position right now.
Yesterday as well.
Yeah, okay.
He was okay.
He's doing pretty good right now.
I don't think he's been the issue for the team necessarily, if that makes sense. Which is what you kind of want to be. Like you just want to be in a position as that sub where you're kind of doing your job on the team, and I think he has done that for 999.
Yeah, and you got big shoes to fill, right? I mean, you got Creed's shoes that you're trying to fill, so that's not an easy thing to do as well. So a little bit more spotlight goes on you too. Ooh, interesting. CRS. Maybe an overstay is welcome? No. He's going to get away with these double kills. Oh no, he doesn't get the double, but look at Head Diver. He's going to be able to find that double. So now he's put himself in an 8-3. Just like that. Again, right back to the back and forth like we've both been talking about is that it looks good for one team. It just gets shut down immediately. So now for BYK, he's got himself a good flank. He might be able to find the timing of this. They might not expect him. Oh, he's been able to slip. Oh, no, he missed. Oh, no, not like that. I was going to say if he gets that kill, that really could have turned things around here for 999. But my goodness, the teeter-totter continues.
Yeah, just tit for tat, isn't it, at the moment? Neither team quite having enough to really put together multiple in a row. Maybe this is that opportunity for 911. Yeah, taking a pretty cautious approach in this round, though. Working together to clear outside of A. Osha. Oh, he's bitten off more than he can chew. Taking the fight against CRS. He'll lose his life to Head Diver, who comes swinging through. And now QJK gets one onto Weza as well. Maybe we continue to go 1 for 1.
Yeah, this overextension from QJK, I was thinking there's no way he's going to be able to get away with this, but he actually does. He gets that one kill. Now he can fall back. He has to get traded out, but a decent attempt, and now CRS is able to find that bomb carrier. So this is becoming tough right now for 911 because now a 1-on-3, Fighter still has to be able to fight 3 different players, has to pick up the bomb and get it down, but he's still got a minute and 20, so he can take a little bit of a walk here if he wants. That's exactly what he's going to do. Oh, I was thinking maybe if he can find this kill, that could be a slight opening for him, but now it's a problem. BYK just sitting himself in the tower position, gets himself a nice easy kill through the fence, so not too shabby at all, but just when you think, again, like I said, things are looking good for one team, it just shifts again once back, and a 3-3. This thing is really going back and forth, like we said. The ping pong match is very much the case in this one. But the BL side is looking a lot better right now for 911, I gotta say that.
Well, they're going to walk into BYK's crosshair. He's a little bit antsy, shifting up his position. Just needs to sit this line. CRS able to get the better of Fighter, kind of catching him in the side. it out now as well. That timing not good at all in transition. CRS coming up with the goods right here. 999. Just double swing this. He don't necessarily need to because Hadiva's getting everything done himself. Losha being chased down now by multiple 999 players. Somehow away with that one. But eventually falling. And so 999 claiming the lead once again.
Yeah, it's really just, you know, Head Diver is like playing a really good game right now. He's putting himself at a, you know, in terms of kills, is CRS with a 5 and 4. So the fact that he's doing some pretty heavy lifting in this circumstance is not bad at all. I mean, 999, they'll take anything right now to keep themselves moving here through the qualifier stage. And the addition, you know, that's been playing here in the qualifier of Head Diver, he's been able to find some really good abilities with this M14. Now look at this. This is where the team finally gets to showcase their little bit of teamwork. An easy execution onto this, an easy hold, only losing one player. Now we're sitting at a 5 and 3 as we get locked and loaded here for the last round of this first half.
Would end up being a pretty decent first half in for 999 if they can actually close this one out. It's felt a bit back and forth, but ultimately ending at a 6-3 is actually quite a strong half on Ankara.
It could definitely be the boost they need, right? And that's what we were kind of saying, is that the BL side has just been really lackluster for both these teams. So if 999 can get themselves to 6, it's going to feel pretty good for them to transition over here for the second half. But a map like this is a little bit more forgiving, I would say, on the BL side compared to other maps like what we saw from Port or even a sub base, right? But now we see 911 is 911. Even do this anymore. There's too many 9s, but they're going to get ready for the A pop. They're going to try to go for it one more time to see if they can get themselves that 4th round.
Ooh, that's the start that they want. And Minchen going to have to do some work here to try and survive. He can't. He's only able to go for 1-for-1, which this is not quite enough here. Now, BYK is holding on to a grenade. They actually land that on the head of Omega and bring it back to a 3-on-3. The post plant obviously not ensuing yet. There's no plant. 999 are going to get it in front of that. All of a sudden loses all of his teammates and is now isolated against 3 players. Hadiva goes swinging in to confirm that round for 999, and it's quite a solid first half for them in the end.
Yeah, really impressive, honestly. I love what we're seeing from 999. Like, it just felt like, again, a little bit more comfort. They were starting to, play a lot better. They were getting a little bit more aggro for the kills. They were trading out really well, especially on the GR side. Like, it never really felt like a lot of situations were really out of the realm for them. Like, yeah, they lost 3 rounds, but it did feel like they were in a pretty good power position in most of that first half. Considering now they got themselves a 3-round, little bit of a padding, and even BYK finding that opening is going to be good here too. Losha's going to go down early. So now for 911, this is a tough position because you can play the 2-and-2 setup. You could try to go for a bit of a risk. You can try to see if you can find a kill if possible, maybe get some information. It's very risky, but it could be worth it. But instead, they're going to play this a lot more safe. They're going to leave Wesso by himself. They're going to double up in mid and leave that anchor of fighter here at B. So they are really putting a bit of a lean in an idea that this is a B pop. So this is the wrong idea. So if 999 commit to this, they might have a free site.
Yeah, it looks like they're about to. I mean, we'll see what Wesso can do about it. He's going to drop that flash to try and buy a bit of time, but difficult for him to do more than just go 1-for-1. Wesso comes in to try and salvage the situation and does get himself a kill as well, but still not able to really provide any presence. Now, this lurk-in from Omega will be important. If he can catch a timing onto BYK, that may start to open this back up for 911. It's not actually really being watched right now. BYK just taking a cursory glance here and there. I'm now ticking in the favor of the BL side. BYK trying to do his best to just keep Omega stuck in connector here for as long as possible. Allow those players on the site to focus on the GR hold, and CRS gets himself 2. A big double from him. Omega not activating in the meanwhile. And it's held down nicely by 999 as they march towards a victory on map 3.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot better for a performance that we're seeing from 999. Like, this is more like it, right? I mean, now we're starting to see them finally hitting their shots. They're putting themselves in better positions for trades. They're just really just looking like more of the polished team that we really were talking a lot about. The first map really gave them a rude awakening, and now it feels like we're starting to get that 999 that we were kind of expecting in this situation. But look, a 7-3, we've been here before where there was a big lead and things started getting a little bit more of a climb back. So for these guys, I'm not really overly worried for them kind of, you know, getting too relaxed in this situation. They know there's a lot at stake for this. But right now for 911, it's a big question of, you know, do they want to just play that standard setup? Do they want to try to be a little bit more gloves off and try something a little bit, you know, more cheeky or a little more aggro? Fighter does try to make a bit of a play through underpass, and now this is going to put a lot of reliance here for Losha. He gets spotted out through the hide-and-seek game, and that's a free open B site. The only player close is going to be Omega, but they should be able to clear him out quickly. And there he is. He's just trying to tuck his tail. He gets one kill maybe, but that's not even going to matter at all. And now it's a 3-on-2.
Yeah, pretty difficult to come back from this. Not just even a 3-on-2. It's actually a 3-on-1, which I'm going to go back to the 2-on-1. Nice shot in there from Wesso, but he's got that flank of CRS to be worried about, and I don't think he's actually worried about it, which is the problem. It means he's not aware of it. Either way, QJK will finish it off without too much recourse anyway. So 8-3 up on the cards now, and 911 exiting the server. You obviously have to imagine that is going to mean they will be taking attack timeout. So they've got a minute and a half to try and think about things and try and somehow recover this, but it's feeling like a far cry from what we saw on Subbase. It's kind of more of the same as what we got on Port, which was a pretty one-sided affair, all things considered. It feels like Ankara is kind of going in that same direction as well.
Yeah, really possible. Absolutely. And this is where it just feels like even for 911, we're not seeing that same effect that we saw on map 1, right? It felt like they were hitting the shots, their positions were really good, the calls were just a little bit more above, and now it really just feels like there's nothing left. Like I just feel like they're kind of running on the fumes. Maybe a bit of overexertion on the first map, and then it's just been kind of going down a big steep hill now. I don't know, but this is the breaking moment. This is the make or break it time where they have to use this timeout. They got to figure out what they need to do to get back into this game. Otherwise, you know, this is going to be it for them in this regard. But it just feels like 999 are just playing a lot more confidently. I just feel like they're winning these gunfights a lot easier, and 911 have just not really put themselves in advantage situations, in my opinion. They've been just kind of looking a little bit lost at sea, so this is a good moment for them to clean it up because, I mean, it's, like I said, it's do or die here and right now.
Someone's got to find a way to step up, and I don't think that we've really got that from anybody. There's no one really that you can look to, unfortunately, on this 911 side and say, yeah, okay, that's the guy that's going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think anybody's really, from this team here on the screen, you guys can all see, like, nobody's really been like the playmaker. Nobody's really brought like the heat, right? It's like I talked about Head Diver, you know, for 999, like he's been playing a phenomenal game here in map number 3. I felt like it was Omega that was doing quite well on map number 1, but you know, it's really kind of just hit a bit of a wall for these guys, because really on the second map, like statistically, you know, for a team like this on 911, the best player technically was Losha. Like he was sitting himself at a 0.91, and then the next best person was Omega. So those two guys alone, again, like they're not really showcasing a lot here for this third and final map.
Yeah, not sure what the delay is here getting back into game. Obviously, that was attack timeout from 911. So we should be back underway sooner rather than later, you would hope. We'll wait and see. Just feel like 999 have kind of hit the level that we had anticipated that they would get, or not even anticipated, but kind of hoped that they would get. And that's a little bit too much for 911 today. Not out of the fight yet. So more work to do. 999, but just got to kind of like dribble it over the line, really.
right? We are back. Right out
for that.
Glad to be back.
I'm glad that we are back as well, lads, as we will jump into round number 12 of Ankara. And 999 are not messing about. BYK not going to have enough there to deal with Losha. Minchen's going to go for the trade, and he does get it, but he gets deleted for his troubles. So, bit of a change of approach here from 999, going a lot faster has not worked out for them.
Yeah, I don't mind this though, right? Like, because again, it's been kind of the same story for both maps. It's like when you have this big of a lead, you can try to experiment a little bit when you're in a big lead like this. You don't want to get too crazy with it, but like you can just kind of see what you can get away with. You can just go, okay, look, if I throw a little jab here, you know, I push a player through mid, can I get away with that? Yeah, you can do it. You have 1 or 2 rounds that you can theoretically do that with. That's the kind of the case here from 999. This might not be the round win necessarily unless Head Diver just keeps going on an absolute terror, but I don't even mind that they're still experimenting. This reload should cost him his life. Okay, never mind, never mind. Okay, this turned into a 1v1, but it just pans out just on the skin of the teeth here for 911. That is, that again, it was a little bit ridiculous. That is something that should have never happened.
Well, no harm, no foul, really. At the end of the day, 999 still got a lot of time to play with here. So losing that round, not the biggest of concerns for them. CRS just floating around behind the smoke outside B. Not going to be getting spotted at all. We can set up outside of A now for 999. So maybe just going back to what's been working for them. And that has been the A take. So when they do inevitably make the call to hit the A side, I think it's going to be a decent one with only the 2 players over there at the moment. Flashes over the top now. 999 looking to make their entries. No inroads just yet, but Minchen just kind of goes waltzing up the stairs and cracks a couple of heads through. CRS to grab himself the trade on Delosha is going to more or less shut that round down. It's a 4v2 retake that's going to be required for 911.
Yeah, Omega finds this first, so that's not bad, but he's still going to sniper that's on the retake. Omega, I was thinking, if he could slip through this could be a decent position for them, but now they've isolated him, so this is going through a bit of a smoke. Firefighter, but look, UIK puts him right in the scope. Now map and series point is on the docket here for 999, so they might be able to get this done. They have some room to work with. But now this is a moment where 911 are going to have to do pretty much the unthinkable. They have to be able to find... dig deep and get themselves 5 rounds pushing it overtime. Otherwise, a little bit of a stint here could be all over with.
Cool. Big fire happening outside of A, and it's not gone too well for 911. They have found themselves down a member. Know where fighter's coming from. Ooh, he bides his time. He does. He gets the headshot through. No worries at all. 999. Gonna get it done right there. And that is the 2-1 for them. The series victory secured. 999, you know, not the finest of outings from them here in the EUMENA Qualifier, but they are slowly but surely kind of ramping up. And I think that's an important factor to focus on because they still have another match to play tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? I mean, it wasn't the best, you know, showcase for them in the best of 3, but at least that's the kind of the benefit of the best of 3 is that them losing the first map, they were able to kind of essentially reverse sweep it. But really impressive, you know, for them to kind of bounce back and play a lot better. Port looked really, really good for them. Like, it just looked like it was an unstoppable force and nobody could be able to stop them in their tracks. And then this one was a bit back and forth in the beginning, but then really it was just full speed ahead. So really impressed with Head Diver. I think he was able to get himself in a pretty good position and, you know, fragging out pretty well considering, like we said, Creed's absence is kind of showing on this team. But look, he was able to step up, and I think that was really important here.
Indeed. Look, we'll chuck it back over to the analysts. Let's see what they have to say about it, and then we'll be back for our 3rd match of the day. So we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Alfish. Thank you, Laz. And yeah, 999 managed to win 2-1. I mean, all the predictions of the desk are wrong today.
Yeah, and Head Diver just did everything for his teammate to win, because he was one of the key factors on board. By the way, he was 2.17 KD if I remember right, and then he came back in Ankara doing very good as well, and he almost clutched 1v3 that we've seen it when it was 8-4. But overall, 999 just managed to reverse sweep the win after the good start, as we can say, from 911. But then in the end, the experience, as I said, it's always the one that closes maps and closes series as well.
Yeah, and by this result, 911 they get out of the tournament. Like they are 0-2. 999 they still have their hopes up. Like they need to win against TPI though to increase the chances of them qualifying. And like they're going to be waiting for REH Gaming and 911. Like it depends on the result. But yeah, like 999 hopes are still up in the regional qualifiers, and they flipped the whole series. They flipped everything, like, and we were not expecting 999 to bounce back in a series and like in this shape, and they managed to do it. And like you said, experience is what matters in this kind of situation.
Yeah, and not only this, but also the how you should not get overwhelmed if you're losing the first map and just lose your confidence or lose your momentum and just try to refresh every time you're playing, because this is the benefit of the best of 3. You are not playing best of 3, it's not best of 1. If you lose first map and then you come back second map, that doesn't make any change for you, because if you win, a win is a win. So right now 999, as you said, they have a chances, but they have a very, very low chances, because they need to beat TBI 2-0, and REH Gaming should not win 2-0 at all. I guess even 2-1 is going to be making harder. I don't have the numbers in my head, but
yeah, we need a calculator.
Yeah, because we are talking about REH Gaming 1-2-0 already first game. Yeah. Then they lost 2-0, so they have 0 sets.
Yeah.
And then 999, they had -2 sets, and now they have 1 set because they won 2-1. So if REH Gaming still wins 2-1, they qualify, even though if 999 beat TBI 2-0. So it's quite hard for them. They need to wait the lose of REH Gaming in order for them to qualify. But now 999, they claim the win, the first win.
Diver.
Yeah, he diver as well. 2.38, 2.17. Double 2 point in the last 2 maps just secures the win for 999. Maybe this was the missing element that we've been looking for.
Yeah, I mean, he diver, like we were talking about, like Beads. Is he going to play today? Is 999 going to look different? Like he diver said, yeah, guys, Creeds is not playing, but like I'm going to carry the whole team. I'm going to do what Creeds is doing, maybe even better, and he managed to do it in 2 maps on a row. Like he is the MVP, I will assume, of this series. Okay, CRS is the MVP of this series.
Probably because the first game and second game, because he was so good in first and second game, especially that the game that they lost it, he was one of the guys who's only fragging on, among all his teammates, which was Subbase, if I believe. That's why he's the MVP, and very good performance for him. And yeah, as we can see from Subbase highlights, this guy got a lot of kills and did a lot of clutches for his teammates that secured rounds. And then 999 right now, yeah, they won. Still have to fight for their spot when they play versus TBI, but 911, they're dusted, and yeah, we've seen good players from them. We've seen Losha, we've seen Omega. It was good presence from them, especially that Losha, I guess almost on all maps he was positive, and if he's not positive, it's just 0.9, 0.8, which is barely negative KD. So a good tournament from him, good tournament for Omega. The guys should be looking forward for the next season and should try to practice harder, because I can assume that these guys can be in good place.
Yeah, and like hard luck indeed for 911. They performed really well. Even Hunt like predicted like these guys to qualify from this group as well, and they had a tough opponent. They had the 999 that we used to see in the CFWL, like clutching a lot of games, clutching a lot of rounds, and best of luck to them in the next games and in next season as well. But like 999, I mean, CRS, he was still like he was always solid in all the maps and all the games and everything, so he deserved the MVP 100%. Beside, he diver with an amazing performance, to be honest. So congrats to 999 once again, and the group is getting even like closer, more closer and closer. So,
because yeah, exactly, because Group A is already settled, so not everybody is going to be watching what's going on Group A, because it's the matter of placement in the regional finals for the both top-tier teams. We're talking about ERG and PingPongPals, which is going to be our next game, but Group B is not settled yet. Yeah, Group A is settled since day 2.
Yeah.
Group B, we are going to day 4, and we still don't know who's going to qualify with TBI. Okay, TBI qualified with two wins, 4 sets, 0 loss. And now we have 999, they have a chance. We have REH Gaming, they have a chance. And they're both going to be playing tomorrow. And REH Gaming's chances are way, way, way better than 999 because they're going to be playing 911, which already lost everything. And their dreams are destroyed. So maybe they're going to be an easier opponent. Or maybe it's going to be very tough because it's a team who is not afraid to lose anything. So they will just go and shoot on versus you, which you should be pressured because you are the guys who need to get the win.
Yeah, and like we know that TBI they don't let any game go easily. So let's talk to Diver from 999 after an amazing series. I mean, carrying the team, doing amazing job. Congrats once again, and your hopes are still up in the regional qualifiers. So tell us how you feel.
There's nothing much to say. It's just a good feeling to win. First map looked pretty rough for us, but we were just trying to get into the game again because no one of us has time to play this game, but we're happy that we could win against them, and
I mean, you guys did an amazing job in map 2 and map 3, and you specifically as Diver, you stepped up big time in map 2 and map 3. And I want to talk about what shifted from yesterday's series to tonight's series, because you guys look way different. You look more intact as a team, and you look more solid as a team. What shifted?
Yesterday I had a problem because I wasn't playing on my setup. I had to play in another location with a laptop, so I couldn't really play this game. But we also don't have a sub right now that could play with us, so it was really hard for us to play because I was playing on a laptop with 30 FPS, but we still played, and it was pretty close against REH Gaming. So we were still happy with our performance, and today it was just perfect for every one of us. Everyone had a good game, everyone was playing well, we were playing as a team, and yeah,
it was indeed a good game. And I want to talk about the TBI matchup, because if you guys want to qualify, you will have to beat TBI, and you'll have to wait for REH Gaming as well to finish off their series. So what do you think about the TBI matchup? Are you looking forward to it? Do we expect something specifically in tomorrow's series?
I mean, we already played against them many times, so I think we know how they play, but I can only remember when we played against TBI with Penguin still on the team, so we will just try our best to play smart against them, but I think in the end of the day, it's just who shoots better, so we just pray our aim will be on point on this day or tomorrow, right? Yes.
Yeah, let's hope so. We are all looking forward for it. Once again, congrats, Diver, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, TBI, they need to hit their shots. I mean, 999, they need to hit their shots against TBI. They played against TBI a lot. The CFWS, so these two teams, they are not.
They know
each other. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they played. I mean, in season 1, they played versus them 2 times in the West League, and they played them also on the relegations, where a best of 5, full best of 5, and it went to 5 maps. So definitely both teams knows how both plays. But as I told you, the TBI changed a lot of things. They changed the coach. It was Kevin, now it's Yask. They changed the play style. It's way more aggressive right now, and they changed also 2 players. Maybe 3 players as well. It was me, Dirty, and one more King. Then Avin stepped in, FaZe stepped in, Noxin stepped in. So yes, 999 they faced TBI a lot, but TBI right now is kind of completely different than what it was, because the play style and also the players. So it's gonna be very tough matchup for both teams, by the way, because 999 also is a very good aimers.
Yeah, 100%. It's gonna be like a fire matchup, like the next game that we have right now, like PingPongPals versus EYP, both qualified teams from Group A. They're going to play against each other to decide who's first seed and who's second seed. And like Pew said yesterday, they're not taking this game any lightly. They are going in, they're going full try hard. And like PingPongPals, this is a team that always give us good matches. They always give us good performance. I don't think they're going to be playing lightly as well. So tell me more about this matchup, Penguin.
Well, you're talking about PingPongPals and EYG, probably one of the best teams here in the regional qualifiers, considering TBI as well with them, because I guess the rest are all in level, and TBI, EYG, and PingPongPals, especially PingPongPals and TBI, they are on a level, and the rest are just on a level. EYG is kind of slowly getting into the way how TBI and PingPongPals plays. So now PingPongPals and EYG, both of them very good aimers, very experienced players. We're talking about 40. When you talk about 40, you talk about HDZ as well. These guys played versus each other a lot, and they also Petro. He knows how the other players play because he played when he used to be an Unite captains. He played a few matches with another roster versus these guys, and also he changed the team and he still played versus this roster, so he probably knows how to handle the match versus them. And I'm pretty sure that Madison as well knows how to read a bit of Petro's plays, and how he's sometimes single-handedly trying to fake a side, trying to take control slowly, and to try to counter the slow-paced gameplay that's coming from PingPongPals.
Yeah, 100%. And like 40 yesterday had a lot of touches. He had a lot of insane moments. Like in the series, and like Entropy, like I want to like put them into the test against PingPongPals. I want to see how they do against PingPongPals, because like 3P, they are on a way different level, like you said, and like Pietro, like in the interview, they are very confident as a team. They have been playing with each other for some time now, and they developed a lot as a team. So like for me, Entropy Gaming, this is the real test going into the regional finals, and we have like two key players, 40 and HDZ, with the same KD, 1.73.
Yeah, both very close to each other. Maybe the attack points is in favor of 40 because he's maybe not dying that much as HDZ, or he's just clutching more and maybe defusing and everything, because this guy is always last man standing. You put him last man standing and he clutches for you, so you didn't need to let him go engage into the fights. Just put him, just go guys, try your best. Okay, it's 1v2, 40 is here, so I guess the matchup is very close between both players, because they both very good talented snipers. They know how to handle the game and how to direct their teammates, because the sniper also sometimes gives calls, lets you move behind him, lets you just feel the map, because if he has a side versus the opponent, he can just give you a way for you to adapt. That's things that not every sniper can do. Every sniper can kill, but not every sniper can just watch and see how the game is getting played. If you watch Snare, for example, how he's moving in the map, he's just getting all the information in the world, and then gives you the strategy that you can adapt versus the enemy team. That's how REH Esports usually wins, and the same 40 does. The same also HDZLs.
Yeah, I mean, and like for the maps as well, because like I feel like 3P, like I don't feel like they played two maps only in the qualifiers until now, which is Eagle Eye and Port. So like if you are in Entropy Gaming, do you want to go to this map and just like test the waters and see what's gonna happen, or like do you just get rid of the comfort side of PingPongPals, to say the least, and like to choose a map that you maybe can catch off guard? I mean, in Entropy Gaming, they fell in the new compound trap. So can you use the same
strategy? They're definitely going to be banning it at first, and I guess they need to avoid Eagle Eye. But they have two choices now. They either play new compound or just to play versus Eagle Eye. So I guess it's going to be Eagle Eye which has been played, because new compound should be banned by EYG, because we haven't seen the good performance from them. And Port is a very good map for EYG, by the way. So I don't think they care much about how good PingPongPals are in Port, because they are also good on Port.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at the map V2 to see what kind of maps we're having in this like fire series at the end of the day. We were talking about new compound getting banned. Okay, CANKER is getting banned by PingPongPals, and Entropy Gaming, they banned New Mexico.
Yeah, a new.
So yeah,
still a new map.
Eagle Eye.
Big Eagle Eye, classic by PingPongPals. They know how to play this map, and EYG just challenged them right in, and they pick Port. Definitely new compound ban is gonna be by Entropy Gaming. CANKER is gonna be our decider. No, new compound is gonna be the decider.
We have new compound as the decider.
This is something weird for me, because if I played the same way last game versus CK and lose in such way, and would not play this map at least in the regional qualifiers. But let me tell you something, that this game is only for only for the group settlement or group placement. It's just both of them qualified, so I guess there is no pressure for you to risk anything. Just risk it and play. Try it for one more time on client, because you need the maps in the regional finals. So this is the right way for you to test your maps. So I guess it's good decision by UIG. Okay, we lost first time. Hey guys, let's just push ourselves and let's play it one more time. Because if we lost it one more time the same way, then we need to ban it on the regional finals. Maybe we had a bad day yesterday. Maybe it was a bad match. Maybe it was our warm-up match because it was the first game. So now you need to play it. That's if it goes to the deciders. So that's why they didn't ban it. So I guess they are just pushing the limits and they're just testing the enemy team and testing themselves as well. They want to see how they're gonna go versus the West League teams because PingPongPals is top 4 West League team.
Yeah, and like Entropy, like they had a good game on the Eagle Eye as well. I think they won the map 10-4 or 10-3. But like what's surprising me the most is them picking Port because like they lost on Port and they lost.
They're very good on Port, as I said. They are very good team on Port. Yes, I know that PingPongPals are good on Port, but maybe they see themselves better on Port, and I would not be surprised if UIG wins Port.
Okay, I mean, I want this series to go bad for me just to watch new compound once again.
Yeah, once again by
from both teams because like I feel like PingPongPals is a team as well that like might have practiced the main maps, but like
no,
not trying to go to a new map.
Petro's doing a lot of good work on this map, so I guess he's playing also New Mexico. By the way, we've seen him playing New Mexico versus Rocky Sports in the regular season in the West League. I guess it went 10-8 in favor of Rocky Sports, where Snare got 2 rounds single-handedly when it was 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, the game is ready, so let's go to Elfish and Laz to take us to map.
Well, this is going to be a good one. It's probably going to be the game. Well, I mean, it's going to be the game of the day on paper.
Yeah.
Probably will be in the server as well, I would hope. And I'm just kind of like looking at the matches that we've got for the entire week, and I'd say I think this is probably the match of the week as well.
Yeah.
You know, maybe TBI 999 tomorrow could be okay. But PingPongPals Entropy, I think this one definitely should be a banger.
Yeah.
Both teams have done pretty well so far. Throughout their group stage, they have not... Oh, they did drop a map. Entropy dropped a map yesterday to CANKER, but overall, I think they've been definitely a cut above the rest. So these two teams fighting for top seed out of Group A. Let's see who gets the better of it. My money is probably on PingPongPals personally. I think they've been quite a solid team. Anything can happen, and very quick in through the map here is PingPongPals. They are not messing around. Madison missing that shot. He could be a little bit scared, but actually don't head in his direction. Rain gonna get himself just the one. Madison not able to contribute. Sada coming through the smoke alongside 40. Ending up having to be traded back down. There is that flank in there from Pietro as well. He's trying to deal with fuel. 40's gonna go out, but then down the window, and that is PingPongPals find themselves the opening round here on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, really, really nice. And I definitely agree with you, Elfish. Like, I think, you know, in this matchup, probably the best match we'll have for a little while, but I do think PingPongPals on paper should be the stronger force. But look, like, I feel like despite us, you know, theorizing and, you know, analyzing it, we got proved a little bit shakier results for some of these teams that, you know, like 999 that we thought should be better, but we had to go the full distance. But we'll find out. This one, it would not surprise me if we go that absolute distance of a 3-mapper, just considering Entropy are a team that Madison, you know, like 40, you know, Seda, like all these guys they've been around quite some time. So it's going to be a bit of a grueling matchup to say the least. The PingPongPals have really impressed me, like considering even for, you know, the previous season, they went the distance for the 3rd place match against Inner Circle. I think that went to essentially the full distance as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see what they've been able to do. They've been really trying to boot camp themselves, and they have some really strong firepower on this team individually. See how much they've been able to prepare for this, but nonetheless, that opening round is going to feel very, very good for a map pick of them. Madison does get himself the one, but it is only that one, and now Gainer putting himself into full effect with a rifle. Can he be able to find more? He will not. It's actually going to be shut down here. Entropy have been able to find themselves the lifeline, and HDZ by himself. He is a goner.
Yeah, once again, I think can probably expect a pretty back-and-forth matchup here between PingPongPals and Entropy, particularly if Entropy can find some of that form that they did on the final map of the day yesterday. They kind of took a little while to get rolling, but once they did, they looked pretty good there. So I think peak Entropy versus peak PingPongPals is going to be quite the entertaining contest, and wow, that 1-1 scoreline now. A bit of an off angle here from Pure, but the standard setup kind of applies. He'll take that contact, and then Madison will try to find the trade. And both going to commit to this hotel hold even through the smoke. I say both. Pew eventually decided he didn't want to fire of it, which has kind of left Madison pretty high and dry, and MKZ for 3 on the entry. Actually, no, just 2, but either way, still getting a lot of work done. There's HDZ in for another one as well, and looking good for Entropy in this round. It's on to Sada solo. He'll be dealt with. Another quick round out from PingPongPals.
And this is the thing that I've always said about this, for HDZ as a player, that I've always been so impressed with him, because when he's playing well with the sniper, man, you got to look out. Like, the guy is a demon, right? That's the thing. Like, he can single-handedly just turn the game around on his own front here. So that's where, like, him sitting at a 4-1 already is a really good note right now for PingPongPals. Like, these guys are trying to make a bit of a statement. They want to get themselves a good start in the beginning of this. So if he's going to be able to perform this well and keep that, kill-death ratio really high, this could be a very dominant performance here from a team like PingPongPals. They put a lot of reliance on him to be that strong sniper, but the other, kind of other side of the coin of this too is like Gainer is definitely somebody that I've always kind of felt like is a very good rifler, and still kind of waiting for him to get that big pop-off moment, but you do get those little bit of glimpses, but maybe even right now, Pew's going to be the one that will be able to find a glimpse here. Oh my goodness! Flick of the wrist, but it's only a 1-1. You can see the 3P are still kind of debating if they even want to go into hotel. They haven't really made their decision on this. They're kind of just waiting on the outskirts of this, and now Madison's been spotted. And 3P are not going to entertain this fight. They're actually going to play this a lot more passive. They're going to rethink the idea. This is very, very interesting.
Oh, they're just going to go walking all the way down long. Madison thinking about having a swing, but he's allowing them to get very close, and Pietro will take advantage of that, swinging in with the M14 and him down. It is a 3-on-3 though, as Gainer has fallen on the other side of the map, and Entropy are really reading into that this is going to end up being a B hit. They'll be correct in that assumption, but will they be there quick enough? It's really on to 40 to try to get a bit of work done here. He's missed the shot initially. To go for the pistol instead, and HDZ winning his duel at least gets a 1-for-1. Now it's down to LSY solo. Sada trying to put that work in. LSY has the C4. He could actually back off and go and plan on A. Decides to take the fight. He'll lose it. Scoreline evens back up.
Yeah, I don't know if I love that from LSY. Like, I didn't think it was very necessary. Like, I understand it's like, you're pretty close encounters for the combat, but I felt like I agree with you. Like, he could have actually pulled back on that and tried to maybe commit to a plant or just play the time a little bit differently, but he decides to go for the risk. Doesn't pan out for him at all, doesn't get that biscuit, and now a tie game, but thankfully here for HDZ, again, able to find some activation here with the sniper. The TRG does get that opening duel. Madison having a bit of a difficult time with this one. And I believe Madison might have actually been sniping as well. I think they've been trying to double sniper this here on the defensive side, but now their composition is going to get a little bit compromised because they're going to have to play this bit of like a 2-1-1 essentially. So this is a prime position right now for PingPongPals that they can actually have a lot of fruitful picking if they choose to. Pew has to be very careful here, because if he goes down, I mean, this is a lot of exposure that's been open here, and allowing PingPongPals to have a free plant if they want to. Still peeking though. Ooh, I think he might have spotted these players. He did, yeah. So he's going to back off. This is a good play from him. He's just playing the information. It's a little risky, just considering how like over aggressive he is in some angles, but they need that intel being down the numbers.
Correct. Well, the other thing is that if you're going to play this far forward, you do sort of have that added benefit of, if you go down, at least it's early information, at least your team can rotate across. So that's kind of why, if he's going to be on this side of the map on his own, he kind of wants to play forward, because should the worst case happen, it's better that he dies early rather than late. He doesn't want to solo hold on the site itself, because if he dies, then the site's taken. But if he dies here, early, forward, well, then you can still see a bit of a rotation come through from Rain. Maybe he can pick someone off on the entry into the site. A bit more of a passive setup here from you, but they get the information. They kind of get the read that this is going to be a B hit. Now, we just have to keep an eye on what Gainer's going to get up to. He's completely clearing out that A side. He might still call for the transition back across, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. PingPongPals are going to back themselves and just take this fight on the B side of the map. Start up, spamming away. Should be an easy cleanup for Gainer, and it's down to just Pew, who was, ironically, the one that was originally holding on to the B site, but PingPongPals make short work of that.
Some good rifling from PingPongPals indeed, so not a bad way for them to get that third round in their favor. Entropy now needing a little bit of desperation. Pew's actually going to play a little bit more aggressive. He's going to play behind Silver Box here, so he's going to try to see if he can use this M14. It's going to be a strong rifle in this kind of close quarters if PingPongPals decide to commit to this, but they don't. They actually, there's a lot more passive. They're going to sit on the back lines and wait things out just a bit more. Kind of out by mid tower. They're just, again, doing a little bit of scouting. They're just kind of seeing. Entropy, like, again, with Pew playing that aggressive, now he's going to pull back, which is not a bad idea. Like, they got that information, like, look, there's no aggression towards B at all yet. They probably have a very good inkling. Like, look, they're probably defaulting, waiting in mid. They haven't made a decision. Maybe be prepared at A. That's why you can see the double players kind of a little bit more close together. So this isn't a bad setup, to say the least here. But oh, it's a triple A. I was just about to ask you, I'm like, where is that triple player? But I just missed it on the edge of the map. But very interesting round from 3P. The fact that they're taking this slow. Like, we're down to a minute. Like, we're down to a whole minute that they're finally going for the execute. They're now going to start to get into this, looking for the gunfights. LSY's kind of blocking his teammate. It's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit on footing. So now Entropy might be able to just get bounced back right into a tie game just like that.
Oh, MKZ, though, this kill from him could be big over towards B. Yes, they don't have the C4 control, but if MKZ might have found that opening, they could have still got themselves a way back into this round. Doesn't quite happen as cleanly as it needed to. Now it's on to HDZ Solo, who gets a chance with that kill on the 40. But Zata, ooh, has decided to go alone. Pew's low. No, you can't be giving HDZ a 1v3 like that.
Oh my. And that's what I was talking about, right? I mean, this is where I said, like, a player like HDZ, man, when he can play like this sick with a sniper and the pistol combo, like, he's 9-2. He was in a position that he should have never won. Like, 2 players were below him. They kind of overextend one of the players. Like, he's going on full hunting and demon mode right now, and this is something that Entropy now have to be prepared for. They have to figure out some strategies to essentially isolating him out. They have to find a way just not to utilize him. But, man, oh man, what a saving grace here for PingPongPals. That looked like a round that should have never been theirs, but they can count their lucky stars that someone like HDZ is having a bit of a moment right now.
He's going to get them up to 4. Enough, obviously, to win this map, but it's enough to start to trouble Entropy a little bit. Sada, shot out from him. And still haven't dealt with Rain on this side. I mean, it doesn't look like PingPongPals are going to really be able to do anything in this round.
We saw that before. Ooh, Gainer. Need to hit that shot. Missing it. Still got HDZ alive too. 40's down to critical HP here, so with a minute remaining, Gainer might be able to find a bit of an opening. You see, I think that's actually Pew. That's actually pushed all the way through Hotel, so he's really, really extended on this. Madison, I was thinking that's a very scary peak to go for, but he does. HDZ takes some critical damage, but he does get that kill. Theoretically could try to get into the site for the plant. Probably not necessary. He knows that he could just go for some gunfights. He's going to play a little bit of a mind game on this one. Rain's already pushed up through connector. Oh, he's going to find another kill. Oh, no, not like this. Madison's on the right-hand side. He's low. If he goes down, this is a crazy situation that should have never happened.
Just not again. Please, Entropy. You can't be allowing this to happen twice in a row. What if HDZ's kind of timing himself out of the round here? He's waiting for a peek. He's really hoping he's going to get something, but he's going to have to take the fight instead. Might have been better off just walking his way up to the B site and getting a plant and playing out the post plant, but even that still kind of gives you a bit of an element into, or a doubt, I guess, in the mind of Entropy. PingPongPals going to have to defend against a bit more of an aggressive play this time from Entropy, and they're not even going to defend it. They're just happy to actually allow Entropy to have all of that space in middle.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're just going to, yeah, like you said, they're just going to have full real estate of this if they want. So now Entropy, it's kind of a position you say, okay, do we want to hold on to this, which you would almost hope you would want to, considering the utility they use and just like the risk they took for this. But what are 3P going to do with this, though? They have to hope they can find kind of, again, a player that's overextending. Madison, they both miss shots. Madison actually gets caught here with some damage, but now he finally goes down. That could be the opening. So now Entropy have to reposition themselves. They cannot commit to this mid control anymore. They have to change things up. Double players onto bridge. So 1-2-1 is going to be the plan here for the defense. Going to try to plan this swing. 40 actually missing his shot, so a little bit uncharacteristic for him too. So there's a lot of whiffing here from the defensive side for the snipers, and that's costing them right now.
Not something that Entropy can really afford. PingPongPals could accelerate. Rain needs to be traded here and will be by Gainer. He turns his attention away. So PingPongPals still maintain a pretty substantial player lead in this round. Gainer catching up to Pew. Double kill from Gainer. Nice round out of him. PingPongPals teetering on the precipice of a 6-3 half, which is really not a shabby result at all.
Yeah, 5-3, so that's already guaranteed 3P the half, but now it's really, if they can find themselves at 6, that might feel a little bit better going on to the GR side, but Entropy, we're having themselves a bit of a decent start to this, but it kind of slowed down a little bit now. I don't know if that clutch from HDZ has really kind of, put a little bit of thorn in the sides for these guys, I don't know, but double nade's going to catch on to 40, just a bit of damage, nothing too drastic, but enough here. Single sniper right now for the PingPongPals. Anderson unfortunately just has not been able to find that, opening duel ability here on the GR side, where that's like something he has been able to do before, and 40 kind of putting himself in an 8 and 7, not too bad at all, but gonna need a lot more than that.
Patience a real virtue in this round. And Madison rewarded for said patience will be able to pick up the opener onto HDZ. He has been the standout for PingPongPals in this half, so that is a pretty handy kill to grab. 40 spammed down by Pietro, who very nearly is able to double down, essentially almost cracking open that A-site solo. Ultimately can't get that job done. The rest of PingPongPals kind of just milling about here in mid, hoping something's going to present itself, which it's not. We have to get a wriggle on.
Okay, so now with HP getting low, MKZ is going to be able to, again, survive here with 35, but he might be the first point he is. He goes down, sacrifice, and now Entropy have been able to find themselves these kills, but it's all just down to LSY. He gets the 1, gets the 2, and that's a triple kill. Why the heck not, PingPongPals?
Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough. Entropy probably should have had another 2 rounds in this half, but instead they've let it slip over to 6-3. It could have been a 5-4, maybe even favoring them if they would have just closed out the rounds that they had the advantage in. PingPongPals individually on a bit of a different level at the moment, giving themselves every possibility of closing this map out. Half swap, obviously. PingPongPals now over on the defense. And a pretty hefty setup over at B.
HGZ and LSY, they're going to be double equipped here for the TRGs. Now, Entropy, a lot of work cut out for them here on the BL side. Single sniper, and they're going to try to get this hotel control. They will, so they book themselves into it for now. But if they want to overextend their little bit of a stay, they do have to worry about MKZ and LSY just on the other side of this door. Pietro as well, so a little bit of trade-off here with the sniper, so not bad at all. 3P are going to take that any day of the week, considering that is still a favorable situation for Entropy, but now that sniper threat has been removed. Madison's been spotted here. He knows that Gainer's close. Gainer deciding to pull back on this. He doesn't want to commit to the fight, so they're going to play a lot more passive. And playing a little bit more of a structured setup on this one.
Well, time's ticking away. So Entropy going to have to get a bit of a move on pretty soon. They can essentially walk their way in through mid, but HDZ not going to miss a beat, nor will LSY. These TRGs just not being pressured enough. That is way too easy for PingPongPals. You're going to let the snipers just set up and pick you off one by one?
Yeah. Can't do that. You cannot do that. That's a great point, Elfish. Like, you got to be able to flush them out. You can't just let them just sit there pretty and just do their thing, right? Like, you have to be able to find a way to rotate those guys off and reposition them, and they don't. They just let them just sit there and go for the full hunt, and they get it. They get the 3-course meal. Seven to 3, not a bad scoreline here for 3P fans. Again, this is their map pick. Let's not take that away, but it's been a very stellar performance so far. Can they close this out? And now Entropy, they're going to have to figure out what they need to do a little bit differently. They're playing that 1-1-3 setup a little bit here. They're trying to get this hotel control. That seems to be the game plan first. That's going to be the task A, is to get this control. Good smoke to block off the doorway. They don't know for sure if somebody's on the other side of this desk here. So they still have some information they have to clear out. 3P are playing a very interesting, little bit of a setup. Double flash. Dietrich gets caught a little bit, so a little bit awkward positioning. And yeah, this is a bit sloppy, but LSY, I don't know how he gets away with that.
I just don't think they're expecting a second player there. It's ridiculous for him to even be in that position. Oh, he's going to go for the repeat. That one maybe a little bit overzealous. It does bring game. I'm going to have a little bit of a sniff, doing a little bit of an expedition over toward Hotel to see what's happening over there. He's not spotted anybody out just yet. You might be able to catch 40 in transition. 40's a bit lazy, and he is. This is that shot. Now Madison coming across as well will try to be the backstab onto Gainer, who turns around, but not in time. And HDZ just not quite there to find an exchange. So into the 1v2, but really what, HDZ's had no shortage of clutch opportunities today, and here's another one for him as he gets it down to the 1v1.
Oh no, I can't believe he got that kill. So now, like you said, the 1v1, and this is where Sada's just kind of getting over aggressive. He's just like, hey, look, I gotta go for the gunfight. A little bit of a cat and mouse situation. He swings this. I can't believe it. They're both missing. They're both whipping, and HDZ again and again and again. He's able to get a clutch.
Just way too good on an individual level at the moment, aren't they, PingPongPals? I cannot believe it. Entropy probably also can't believe it. They've just been left reeling, absolutely cooked. There's been so many of these rounds which they should have won, and it could be a really close map. Could be really delivering, but just letting themselves down in these clutches.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves for the way that this has been going. Just these clutch scenarios just don't seem to work out at all. And now, I mean, them just loading up the kill feed. That's a moment here where this is maybe a 9, could be on the docket here, could be on the board here for PingPongPals. Madison critically low, Rain here full HP, but and a full belt to utility. But again, got the bomb down. But he's going to have to be the playmaker in this, and Gainer does spot him. Barely takes any damage from this engagement. And now Rain has to do something big. This is the pop-off moment he needs. He's the player that has to be able to find these kills. And he's been struggling, and they're not feeding him at all. They're toying with him a bit. He's still playing this top position. He's trying everything he can, and HDZ should be able to slip through, and he does. And now Rain has to do something where it pours, and no, it's going to be PingPongPals that are being able to get themselves on that 9th round.
Yeah, it's just been a real walk in the park for PingPongPals actually in the end, hasn't it? Eagle Eye has ultimately fallen very, very flat for Entropy, even though it feels like it probably shouldn't have, but one round to go for PingPongPals. I mean, HDZ's got to take a bow. Great clutch work from him, but also 17 and 4. LSY has also been phenomenal. It's the double sniper setup that's really worked out nicely. And knowing that we're going into port with Entropy going to be probably starting on the BL side, I imagine that double sniper setup's going to pop its head back up here for PingPongPals. So this could be a tough day at the office for Entropy, the way things are going right now. MKZ looks to shut down Rain after Gain has found an opening double. Little bit of over-aggression though for PingPongPals. They just wanted to get it done too much. Too hard. They fought for it. Now it's Pietro in the 1v1. But Sada has got a TRG. So if he were to miss a shot, that could be dangerous. He's opted to go for the Colt. It seems like maybe they are aware that they've done enough damage to Pietro to make it easy with the Colt here for Sada. And he will make the correct call to go toward A.
It's okay for Pietro. I mean, again, he just had to go for the bit of a risk. 11 HP. 1v1. Oh, they're about to run into each other, aren't they? Sada's going to actually go for the jump spot. Pietro going to be able to get the timing. Oh, he made a little bit of noise. I think Sada must have heard him now, surely. Now Pietro has to land the shot. He's doing so much damage. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe they get away with it. PingPongPals seem to be the clutch masters, and they're going to take this with a 10-3.
Just another clutch. Another clutch for PingPongPals. Why not? I mean, at this point, just keep giving it to him. That is certainly something that Entropy are not going to want to relive. They will, be tossing and turning, thinking about that one tonight, because that was probably the most egregious run of clutches I've seen in any map of Crossfire. That was at least 4, some of which, I think 2 of which were 1v3s. I mean, come on, that should not be happening. Entropy need to be finding a better level if they want to compete in this kind of series. And I mean, the other thing is, like, going further forward in these EUMENA qualifiers, you're going to be versing better teams. You're going to be versing better players even than PingPongPals. So if you can't put away those kinds of rounds against PingPongPals, then you're going to have an even more difficult time in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too, is like there was a lot of, decent calls that was happening from Entropy, but like the clutch situations, when you can't win those, or when you're in those advantages and you're still letting a team clutch against you, you can argue that a bunch of ways, right? You can say like, it just wasn't our time, or like, we just played really sloppy, or maybe that person played really good. But either way, like at the end of the day, like the fact that PingPongPals was able to get, 3 or 4 clutches in their favor where on paper probably shouldn't have happened. I mean, that's just dire here for a team like Entropy. So now they have to do the reverse sweep. So we'll find out. Look, we finished map 1. We're gonna take that little bit of break. We'll go to the desk. We'll talk to these guys. We'll get their thoughts, and let's see what they think. Because man, that was a bit of a bar burner.
The clutch masters PingPongPals managed to win map 1 in a very, very convincing fashion, 10-3, and like you cannot say that PingPongPals are in a number disadvantage in any round.
Yeah,
no way.
Single rule in Crossfire. If you can't win clutches, you will not win games.
Yeah.
And as Laz said, yes, we've seen a very good calls coming from the UIG, rotations, going to the plant. Even the last round, watch the last round. It was 2v1. Everything was in favor of UIG, even though if one guy, when he died, like Madison got 3k out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's 2v1 right now. They take the C4, they go for the A side, even though one guy died while he's moving to A side. It's 1v1. He did the good decision, the good and right decision. But in the end, Petro again, he clutched it. So we're talking about 3 or 4 clutches. 1v2, 1v2, and 1v3, and one more 3 1v2, I guess. I just can't remember how many clutches these guys did, but it's more than 4 clutches. And 4 clutches, 4 rounds, that's devastating for UIG, and just gets you out of your head and just lose your momentum in the game.
And like it takes few factors to do a clutch, right? Like it takes some timing, a bit of luck, but like you need to have the firepower as well to react and to take an advantage of this timings. And like Pietro, for example, in the last round, he barely had any HP.
Yeah,
but, like, he had the timing
he had
on,
below 10 HP, I guess, and they had a very good timing on the downwind, and then he killed him, and he couldn't even shoot him. He had a good timing passing beneath him, and then 1v2 for Petro, and securing the map for PingPongPals, the map by their own choice, and they clutch it and deliver.
Yeah, and now we're going to port as map 2, and like PingPongPals, they literally played the same maps in all of their games.
Yeah,
like,
this is the third or fourth
yeah,
one. Yeah,
they're going to the 3rd port in this tournament, and like to be honest, like PingPongPals, they looked very solid on Eagle Eye, and they're going to port with a very convincing win. Like, so if you are in Trophy, how do we approach port? Because like I feel like from the first game, like or the first map, after like this like train of clutches coming from PingPongPals, it must be very frustrating.
Well, as an EUIG player, if I'm an EUIG player, I guess going into port should not even disappoint me that much, because I'm pretty sure that the EUIG players know in their heads that they are maybe way better on port than on Eagle Eye, because Eagle Eye is not the casual map they usually play. Maybe it's forced versus them because they had to ban few other maps before starting the veto, and then it's forced by PingPongPals. They still really chose the best performance yet. And we've seen this, by the way, yesterday versus CANKER, where they lost their first map, I guess, also a stomp, and then instantly coming back in the second map and claiming the win.
HTZ 3.4 KD, man. I think this is the highest KD we have seen so far, like 3.4. This is just season on another level.
Yeah, definitely. 3.4 is just a 10-3 game, 13 rounds only, and getting 3.4 as a sniper is just insane. He maybe got the better out of 40, who still had a very good game, but he couldn't do the clutches that we've seen yesterday from him. And also, by the way, it happened yesterday versus CK, where we've seen EYG clutching so many times, and 40 clutched the round 8 to 9, 1v3, and he got the 3 players. He took his teammates to the overtime. They went overtime, they win, and they go again to the next map, and then 1v3 import. No problem, 40 is here, and he clutches again, they won the map. This is exactly a statement. If you guys win clutches, you win rounds, you win maps, because you can do everything good. You can have good calls, you can have good rotations, good strategies, good utility usage, but if you don't win clutches, you lose. And this was a problem for some of the West League teams, by the way. Anubis, for example, they had some problems with this. TBI, they usually had the problem. They have very good strategies, but they can't win clutches, and they can't win some post-plant or retake situations where they are down in numbers. So you need to win clutches in order to win games. If you win your clutches, you win your games. That's what PingPongPals showed us in this game. So EYG, they are going import. Yes, they are down 10-3, but this is a map forced by PingPongPals. So I guess they're just going to remove it. They're just going to shift delete it. These guys are very strong, have a very strong mentality and momentum, because we've seen it yesterday. So now port is going to be way closer, because both teams knows how to play this map. And we've seen a very good performance from EYG, also very good performance from PingPongPals. But EYG is not the team that plays Eagle Eye.
Yeah, and speaking of mentality, like the mentality of EYP, I feel like this is the same scenario of last day as well. So let's see if this is going to happen. I want to take your prediction. Are we going to a new compound?
No, 2-0.
Okay, 2-0. So Laz and Elfish, maybe last time today. Let's go.
Maybe. How convinced am I? Obviously, on the surface of it, Laz, that's a really comfortable scoreline on map 1. But the way that PingPongPals was able to get that really comfortable scoreline was like 4 or 5 clutches. And you can't really rely on clutches to win you. So,
agreed.
Let's just hold our horses here a little bit. We'll see. PingPongPals on the defense to start things off on the GR side obviously is a nice place to be. So maybe that'll be of benefit to them, and they can maintain that momentum through from Eagle Eye, but it's just I'll hold my breath and I'll give it, maybe at least this first half before I start to feel like PingPongPals can get this one done 2-0.
Yeah, and honestly, the one thing I definitely have to highlight is that, in the history, for what I can remember, is that as much as I was giving a lot of praise for someone like HTZ, like even sitting in himself at a 3.40 KD ratio, like that is a lot of fragging. Like that is a lot of lifting he did. So like what I've noticed in the past is like he comes out pretty good in the first game. He has a really good performance. It kind of feels like he does kind of exert that energy a lot in the first map, and then I always kind of felt like it kind of stagnates or goes down a bit. So I'm just wondering what he's going to be able to bring into this, because if he can do half of what he did, that's a great sign for PingPongPals to potentially close this. But if he kind of just throws a bit of a lackluster performance, that might just give Entropy the room they need to pushing this thing to new compound.
Solonsteady wins the race so far as Entropy is concerned. They have taken warehouse control. Only the one defender here on B, though Pietro starting to come across, and a good opener from Gainer. I don't know that that's going to be quite enough to hold on to the site, though, as he does get traded back down in the end. Pietro wisely just happened to duck himself here in pit. Try to slow down that approach from Entropy, who don't look like they're 100% committed to the B site just yet. A call for a late rotate back over to A, and this is where now we'll have a look back and see what LSY is going to be able to do. He's really going to have to come into the picture. Mid now being taken by Entropy. Time of the essence as HDZ looking to come across, but he's missed that window, and LSY unable to get anything done. This round starting to look quite difficult to put together for PingPongPals, and that's not really going to help. It's good damage, of course, onto 40, but you would have preferred the kill. It was a leg shot instead. So 4-on-3 continues here as Entropy try to hold down this site, and PingPongPals start thinking about that retake, but they don't have a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, but not bad for your HAZ be able to find that kill through the smoke a little bit. But again, 18 seconds, they have to get moving now. Sada can't even find these kills. MKZ now, one of the veterans, he's able to get these kills, but they got to get going. They got 10 seconds to work with. Madison is just taking them out. There should be just enough time here for the defuse, but my goodness, what a way for them to clutch out another round. It was looking so good for Entropy. They felt like they had the perfect post plant, but really it's the fact that the player that was pushing kind of towards GR spawn, he couldn't find any kills. That honestly, I felt like was the big turning point.
Well, it's still a pretty close affair, and that's something that Entropy can take some positives from. Spam in there from Q is not really going to connect onto too much, but the grenade back in response will. Rain eating a large portion of damage.
That's gonna feel good though for PingPongPals to be able to find themselves around like that though, but still gonna be a big thing for them. Big saving grace maybe, but Entropy have really parked the brakes on this. They are gonna take their time. They don't wanna be overzealous. They don't wanna overthink this one, right? They're gonna take some time. Gonna get that B warehouse control, so they're gonna have that bomb is making its way towards us, so that might be the plan of attack. Nobody's lurking, nobody's through mid. We don't have an A kind of lurk, you know, getting some extra intel and distracting. This is becoming a commit now. We have 40 that's kind of reposted himself up in mid, slightly just throwing some utility. But they got themselves in the site. Now Pietro, can he lock this down? He just won already. Back into Big Pit he goes, tucking his tail, waiting, playing this patiently. And now Entropy, they still have to flush him out. Good flash throw from Madison, but now he's just kind of shooting randomly. He's just hoping that he can be able to find this kill. And look at Pietro. Oh man, his teammates allow him to get this kill, but look at how fast Entropy load the kill feed right back into this. And it's all this down to 40. He finds the one, but he cannot get the second. Round once again down to the 1v1 for Entropy to lose.
Yeah, but just in these 1vx situations or xvx situations, really, PingPongPals seem like they've got the X factor, to keep using the same terminology. Something about PingPongPals at the moment that's just kind of keeping their noses in front. Changing approach this time from Entropy straight into middle. But not getting too over aggressive about it. Happy to slow things down. Warehouse control will be taken by PingPongPals. They smoked it off. Now Entropy going to try something a bit faster. MKZ there waiting for them. They'll just take one and then concede some territory. Happy with the player advantage that they've got. They're going to compound upon that. Pietro now LSY. Everybody getting involved for PingPongPals. It is kind of like walking into a blender. I mean, Entropy, in a sense, kind of put themselves in a crossfire. And it's obviously not worked out well for them. That's a very clean round from PingPongPals. The first clean round, actually, that we've seen of the map thus far.
Yeah. It feels like it's been a little while since we've seen, you know, PingPongPals getting a pretty decent, you know, round in their favor. It always feels like you said, it goes down to these, like, 2v2 situations or 1v1 situations that allow them to just get over the line. But now they show us a little bit of that blender effect. Now Entropy down by 3, and they have to figure out a little bit of a game plan. Again, taking this very slow. They don't want to overexert anything. They don't want to overpush anything yet, but they've really been putting a lot of emphasis towards this B site. Position. They'd like to get 1 or 2 players to lurk through that if they can. I haven't seen Entropy kind of attempt that yet. It is a bit of a choke point. It's a bit risky, but if you get that real estate for free, man, it does create a lot of openings here for the BL. But nonetheless, they're hanging out, collecting their thoughts. I don't blame them, though.
Entropy trying to work their way out B. Missed shot from Pietro. And so he has just fallen away a little bit. Gainer back across to reinforce the B site. Is he going to get aggressive into Warehouse? It looks like he is. Saturn's going to go down. That's a nice bit of mid-round re-aggression from PingPongPals, but good response from Pure. The spam through the wall gets the better of Gainer as he tries to fall away. Still, it will dissuade Entropy from a hit in toward B. Now MKZ, I'm not sure what he's floating around on bridge there for. Yeah, maybe looking for a bit of information, but just kind of caught in no man's land, and that'll be a real big problem because it's now going to put some more pressure on Pietro. If he misses this shot, that's B site gone, but he'll hit it, and he doesn't see anything else, so the A defenders are going to stay where they are. HTZ missing A shot himself, but LSY will make no such mistake. Madison finding himself isolated. Unbroken on the GR side of Port.
Look, I'm going to say it, and I mean this in the best way possible, but I don't think I've seen, you know, Pietro putting himself at a 7-1 scoreline for quite some time, right? He's always kind of the big support player. He's the
way to sort of crack this nut. Two players over towards B for the defense this time around. Pietro and Gainer. Pietro's gone back to the rifle. Gainer gets the opener, and Pietro, he's taking the fight somehow. Survives a little bit longer than I thought that he would, which has given more room to Gainer to be able to triple down, in fact. And LSY and MKZ in transition, helping out. The R side is looking indomitable at the moment. I mean, we're at a point now where you start to think about attack timeout if you're Entropy, because they do need to put together a round or two on this first half.
Yeah, this is a really, really impressive performance right now.